Let's see if we can get an answer to this stupid question. What product was first made by suspending paraffin in a solution of water and antifreeze? We will go to Jeannie. Hey there, Jeannie.
Hi, good morning.
Jeannie, what product do we speak of that's made of paraffin and water and antifreeze?
Is it the lava lamp?
Lava lamp, yeah. You got it. Hang on just a second.
It's like a poison lamp.
Totally,
it really is.
Right? Antifreeze. We're going to give you a $50 Bonefish Grill gift card. You can kick off the new year with seasonal specials at Bonefish Grill, like their Baja Scallops and Shrimp Scampi Pasta, Rockefeller Butterfish, and Chocolate Lava Cake. Pair them with the Winter White Cosmo and Signature Smoked Old Fashioned. You can visit bonefishgrill.com. Got some stuff to pass along to you. We'll begin with this. Following days of a heated online back and forth with her sister amid Jamie Lynn Spears' ongoing press tour for her new memoir, Britney is now demanding that her sister stop, quote, derogatorily speaking about her.
Leave Britney alone!
In a cease and desist letter dated the 17th and obtained by the Hollywood Reporter, Britney's attorney, Matthew Rosengart, has demanded that Jamie Lynn stop publicly airing false or fantastical grievances.
We demand that Jamie stop posting false and fantastical grievances.
In reference to Britney's book. While Jamie Lynn,
doesn't.
In reference to Britney, while Jamie Lynn promotes her new book.
Okay, yeah,
So the things I should have said.
You know, there's so much, I think, disingenuous stuff floating around here. So she wrote this book. Obviously, she wants the book to sell, and she's gone out and done a little bit of touring for the book. But, I mean, it's very weird that these sisters are so contentious at this point.
Yeah. So the Rosengart's letter begins with, "We write with some hesitation because the last thing Britney wants is to bring more attention to your ill-timed book and its misleading or outrageous claims about her."
You, madam, are the C word.
After acknowledging that Britney has not read and does not intend to read the memoir, Rosengart
No, she's going to do the audiobook.
asserts Jamie Lynn is exploiting her sister for monetary gain with the book, despite knowing of abuse Britney endured while under the conservatorship. Listen, dude. Okay, so Jamie Lynn was somewhat in the spotlight as well. She has a story about her life to sell. There are people who would be interested in that. How can you not include your own sister in that? You know what I mean? It's
weird.
Yeah.
It's a dysfunctional family, though, clearly.
Publicly airing false or fantastical grievances is wrong. Especially
fantastical beasts.
When
you're straying here,
I'm
buddy.
a big part of it. I'm going to sue Johnny Depp, too.
When designed to sell books, it is also potentially unlawful and defamatory, the letter said.
You are like a scourge, which is one of those fantastical beasts.
Rosengart.
With 5 anuses and 1 ear.
5 anuses?
Yeah.
Rosengart ends the letter
It's a literal S-storm.
pointing to another public statement reportedly made by Jamie Lynn in which the Sweet Magnolia star says her memoir is not about her older sister. She said, according to his statement, said, "She takes you at your word, and we therefore demand that you cease and desist from referencing Britney derogatorily during your promotional campaign." The letter concludes, before asserting legal action may be taken if you, quote, fail to do so or defame her. The letter was dated just a day before Jamie Lynn had an interview. During an hour-long conversation, she had told the interviewer that it was, quote, so cool that she witnessed Britney live out her dreams, but always felt like an afterthought in relation to her sister, so she just learned to stay out of the way.
So Jamie felt like an afterthought.
Yeah.
So Jamie had a show. So was it Zoe 101, right?
Yeah, that was it.
That was her show, right?
Yeah.
And then she got pregnant.
Yeah.
So she had to leave the show.
Yeah, exactly.
And so she had a career that was building. She was popular.
Exactly.
So knock it off!
And she's got a story to tell. So
Tell it!
She's telling it. Exactly.
Tell it! Tell it!
All right. I love this. This happens every now and then. Researchers at the University of California at Riverside discovered a parasite that infects tarantulas, and then they named it after actor Jeff Daniels.
No way.
Scientists believe the parasite, which is called the Tarantobilus Jeff Danielsi, causes tarantulas to, quote, walk on tiptoes, stop eating, and lose control of their fangs.
Do they sound like Fred Flintstone bowling?
How the parasite accomplishes this is still a mystery, but eventually the tarantula will die, according to the university.
So the tarantula is literally like tiptoeing?
Yeah, so
Without toes?
Yeah, it's got this parasite inside of it that makes it do that. So it walks differently. So anyhow, what does this have to do with Jeff Daniels? Well, it's in reference to his 1990 horror comedy film Arachnophobia.
Yes.
According to the parasitologist Adler Dillman, he said in a statement, his character in the film is a spider killer, which is exactly what these nematodes are. The newly named parasite is a nematode. There are more than 25,000 nematode species in the world, but this is only the second one discovered that infects tarantulas. The findings were published Monday in the Journal of Parasitology. Daniels said in a statement that he's honored, he said, in Hollywood, you haven't really made it until you've been recognized by those in the field of parasitology.
Wasn't John Goodman the main spider killer in that movie?
I think so.
Right?
Yeah.
He was the
he was in
I
charge.
thought he was the exterminator.
Yeah.
Right?
He had the poison, and Jeff Daniels, it was his home, and he had to fight the spider at the end with a fire. And
Yeah, because he wasn't an exterminator.
right, he just lived in the house.
That's a pretty decent movie, actually.
is,
If you
yeah.
stop and, I watched it just recently, and I dismissed it when it first came out, but it's pretty well done.
In an interview with Vogue, Machine Gun Kelly admitted that when helping create the engagement ring for Megan Fox, listen to this, he designed it to cause pain if she ever removes it from her finger.
Is that like your jewelry line, Kathy?
Oh, it's like almost like one of those finger trap things.
This will cut her finger off.
It's like, oh my God, in the White Wedding video, Billy Idol, he puts a ring on the girl's finger and
it bleeds.
And it bleeds when he's putting it on.
Roy!
Yeah, Roy!
Case, those finger trap things, you know what you're getting into. You put your fingers in there, you know what's going to happen when you pull apart. And every time I'm like, oh my God, my fingers! Stop!
Split second of panic.
Panic. And then you're like,
Isn't
oh,
the
wait.
key to that is to relax?
Yeah. Oh, wait,
Yeah,
just
you push
relax
it
and then you take it off.
forward. Yeah.
You're never going to get out.
So
What's that on your finger, Kathy? I don't want to talk about it.
the two, Machine Gun Kelly and Megan Fox, made their engagement debut in Milan by attending the Dolce & Gabbana fashion show. While the price of the emerald and diamond ring has not been disclosed, experts estimate that it could be worth up to $500,000.
Which is actually okay. He's got a lot of loot.
This is tragic. A French actor who you may not know, but he has been in some roles and some shows you may have seen. Gaspard Ulliel. I'm not sure if that's exactly how you pronounce his name. Ulliel. Known for appearing in Chanel perfume ads as well as film and television roles. Died Wednesday. It was a skiing accident.
Oh, my
So
God.
sad, man.
And you know he's going to be in something very, very soon that we're all going to watch.
Moon
right?
Knight. Yeah, that new series. So he also portrayed young Hannibal Lecter in 2007's Hannibal Rising, and he played fashion mogul Yves Saint Laurent in the 2014 biopic Saint Laurent.
So his career was building.
Yeah, well, in France, he was already a full-fledged star, but he's in that upcoming Marvel series, Moon Knight, which looks pretty cool.
Looks really good, yeah.
Oscar Isaac.
And Oscar Isaac is the star in it, yeah. So it's got some big names.
That's so sad.
Yeah, while skiing on Tuesday afternoon at Le Resort Resort, he collided with another skier on an intermediate slope after turning left, presumably to join his friends on an adjoining slope.
Oh, my
Yeah,
God.
when I first heard this story, I thought, okay, maybe he's like going down a Black Diamond thing and went off the trail or whatever. This was actually a fairly common injury, right?
Yes. And I've had, listen, I was, one time we were at Jackson Hole and I was snowboarding. It was in the middle of the day. I'm the only person on this run. The only person. And I'm a novice snowboarder, and I'm carving back and forth because I'm taking my time going down this run. I don't want to go too fast. I'm still learning how to do this. And all of a sudden, boom! Dude runs into me from behind. I saw nothing. It was a skier, and I'm like, dude, I'm the only one out here.
Yeah.
Stay the F out of my way.
Was he apologetic or was he an a-hole about
He
it?
was like a halfway dickish about it.
Sorry, dude.
Yeah.
That's what you get?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
You almost have to go out of your way to hit the person,
Totally,
right?
yeah. So anyhow.
And they're the ones who have the full view.
Yeah.
If you're coming from behind you, you can't see it all. So you had no choice to avoid this
it's
guy.
their responsibility.
Yeah, for
100%.
all I know, nobody else is out there, and I can use as much of this as I want to. But anyhow, this can happen just with a collision, and this guy apparently Both skiers fell to the ground after the collision. Ulliel was motionless and unconscious when the rescuers arrived, while the other skier was unharmed. The director of the resort said that Ulliel was not wearing a helmet. When rescuers arrived, helmets are not required on French ski slopes, but are strongly recommended.
Do most around here, or you guys, when you guys go skiing around here or snowboarding, Kathy, are people wearing helmets?
Oh, yeah.
I
Like,
started
it's
wearing them.
way more common now,
Okay.
at least than when I learned. Like, we didn't wear helmets. Now, I would say, like, 80% of the
Common?
people are
Okay,
wearing
well,
helmets.
here's
yeah.
a good reason why.
Especially kids.
Yeah. I mean, because you're usually geared up anyway.
Yep.
So
What does it matter?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean,
Slap it on.
You slap it on there. It ends up becoming part of the, the whole ensemble.
No, seriously, yeah. You want a cool helmet.
Yeah.
You want one that looks cool, yeah.
When that guy hit into you from the back, you should have let him go down the hill and let him continue, and then you take a little snowball and you roll it down, and it becomes this huge ball.
By the time
I've
he
seen
gets
it
to the bottom.
in cartoons. it always-
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So he was pronounced dead. They took him to the hospital via helicopter. He started performing at age 11 alongside renowned actress Sandrine Bonnaire and went on to win 2 of France's top cinema awards, the César. So he was, legit. French President Emmanuel Macron called him one of the incarnations of French cinema today, and tributes poured in from shocked colleagues and fans around the world. So that's very tragic. Let's see. How about this? Not quite as tragic, but freaky. And it was a reality star from Dance Moms, Abby Lee Miller.
Yes.
So she's suing the Hampton Inn and Suites by Hilton for $8.5 million in damages after she got trapped beneath a fallen door. So she was
What the
apparently
hell?
she was staying in the Hampton Inn in Santa Monica last year when her wheelchair got caught underneath a sliding bathroom door. When she attempted to free herself, the 300-pound door fell on her, trapping her in her wheelchair for 6 to 12 minutes, it says.
What? No. So, if I may ask, what was she in the wheelchair for? Because I don't ever hear she ran that dance school. She was the
Is that
star.
who that is?
Yeah.
Okay.
She was the main one.
According to the complaint, the injuries she sustained still affect her to this day, and she has been in physical therapy since. Yeah, I don't know why she was in a wheelchair. The reality star is suing the hotel chain for negligence, emotional distress, unlawful discrimination, and other things.
I think she went to jail herself.
Well, it says discrimination against individuals with disabilities and false imprisonment. So she underwent emergency surgery for cancer in June 2018 and has been in a wheelchair ever since then. So I don't know when Dance Moms, when she was starring on there.
I think JoJo Siwa was somehow involved in this show with her. I didn't watch. Here's a shocker. I didn't watch Dance Moms, but I think that's all in that world.
Okay. Anna Wintour issued a statement honoring former Vogue editor Andre Leon Talley following his death on Tuesday at the age of 73.
It was just 2 words, right? Good riddance.
No.
Well, they did have a long-standing feud or falling out.
Oh, right. So in the statement written on Vogue's website, the magazine editor-in-chief recognized Talley as being magnificent and erudite and wickedly funny. Before addressing their tumultuous relationship. She wrote, like many decades-long relationships, there were complicated moments, but all I want to remember today, all I care about, is the brilliant and compassionate man who was a generous and loving friend to me and to my family for many, many years, and who we will all miss so much, she said.
She was the reason that he lost a lot of weight. She was the one that kind of like sat him down and was like, look, you need to trim down. You have to lose weight. You're too heavy.
And she snubbed him from the Met Gala.
And is that where that
was one of the feuds? Yeah.
Wow.
And listen, we get snubbed constantly. Do we hold a grudge?
Yes.
We still love her.
Absolutely.
All right, we have a little audio to play with this. Bill Murray put on an impromptu performance in New York City on Wednesday. The 71-year-old comedian teamed up with cellist Jan Vogler, violinist Mira Wang, and pianist Vanessa Perez in Washington Square Park for a recital of songs, including I Feel Pretty. So we have 2 clips.
Yes, we have I Feel Pretty, and I think I Like to Be in America.
Which one do you want first?
I Feel Pretty, because since I mentioned it, let's go with that.
I feel charming, oh so charming. It's alarming how charming I feel, and so pretty that I hardly can believe I'm real. See the pretty girl in that mirror there? Who can that attractive girl be? Such a pretty face, such a pretty dress, such a pretty smile. Such a pretty me. I feel stunning.
All right, and then we have another clip, and here we go.
Automobile in America, Chromium and steel in America, wires for wheels in America, very big deal in America. Skyscrapers boom in America, Cadillac zoom in America, industry boom in America, 12 in a room in America. Immigrants goes to America, many hellos in America, nobody knows in America, Puerto Rico's in America.
So no word on why he was doing it, but he did it. He's Bill Murray. He can do it.
This is the kind of stuff you would never see years ago, and he just simply, and people are stopping by. It was just a pop-up, basically, and having a good time. There's freaking Bill Murray.
Nice. Good for him. Well, the first official full trailer for the upcoming 4-part Showtime documentary series, We Need to Talk About Cosby, has hit.
Yeah.
The project from
There's nothing to talk about.
Emmy winner W. Kamau Bell promises an in-depth look at the revolutionary career and the fall of America's dad, Bill Cosby. Actress, and in the trailer, actress and Cosby accuser Eden Tyrrell says, "Do not edit this. A lot of people knew because you can't do what he did unless you have other people supporting what you're doing."
That's a very solid point. And the more this story goes on, the more you know that there were people who were very aware of what was going on and did nothing.
Steve, did you see the comedians in cars getting coffee with Jerry Seinfeld and Seth Rogen?
I did.
Because they talk about it, and Jerry apparently knew or had heard the rumors. Seth Rogen had not.
Yeah.
And they were hanging out with Hannibal Buress, who started sharing the story. And
it started here in Philadelphia.
which started here in Philly. So right after that happened, Casey, Rogen and Seinfeld and Hannibal Buress were all in the same place. And Rogen was like, I had no idea.
Yeah.
But then that's when it started really becoming public knowledge.
Yeah.
It's like the Harvey Weinstein thing. And listen, I don't know. There were a ton of people who knew and maybe knew but didn't know. You know, and so. It's a weird thing, that whole progression of this thing of Hannibal Buress getting up on stage and just because it had been out, but that time when he said it stuck.
It took, yeah.
Listen, I mean, when you see it in like procedurals, right?
Yeah.
The cops don't go in and make the arrest until they have all of the evidence in front of them, right? And so when you just hear a couple of rumors, or
you hear rumors all the time,
that's not evidence,
right?
And so therefore, like, it's irresponsible for you to do anything. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't.
If it's hearsay and you go spreading it around, is that what you mean?
Yeah. Or you try to do something.
That's exactly my point.
So.
Thank you.
The film promises to explore, quote, the complex story of Cosby's life and work, weighing his actions against his indisputable global influence throughout interviews with comedians, cultural commentators, journalists, and women who share the most personal, harrowing encounters with Cosby. Through archival footage, Cosby reveals who he may have been all along.
Wow.
The antithesis of the principled public figure who became a hero not only to African-American people, but to all people. The 4-parter sheds new light on Cosby's cultural contributions and impact at the height of his disgrace, accused of rape, drug-facilitated sexual assault, sexual battery, and other misconduct by more than 60 women as far back as nearly 60 years.
You know what Kamau Bell can do? He can lick my ass.
It says Bell, who grew up idolizing Cosby, unpacks how Cosby's desires for power, which propelled his professional success, could be the same driving force that motivates his alleged crimes against women. Wow.
Yeah, well, there was a comedy bit that actually started to get played once all this came out, and it was him basically talking about
Spanish Fly, right?
Yeah.
About
roofing.
Yeah. So the documentary is going to screen at Sundance on the 22nd, so day after tomorrow, and then it'll premiere on Showtime on the 30th. So that'll be coming out soon.
That's what Spanish
I'll
Fly
definitely
is?
be on board.
Yes.
Yeah, essentially, it's spiking someone's drink.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, I mean, it's supposedly it was an aphrodisiac that you could give to someone, but
I always, like, that was the rumor, and yet I always perceived it as more like roofing someone.
back in the day, they would call it slipping a Mickey.
Slipping a Mickey, yep.
Yep. So Jon Stewart will receive the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts 23rd Mark Twain Prize for American Humor. The organization...
I just had to come and be here for this most auspicious evening.
That's JFK?
Yeah.
The organization himself, wow.
Yeah.
They announced...
Where is the award?
Wednesday that the Daily Show alum will be presented with the award.
I swear to God, I'd lose my head if it... Well.
At a gala performance on Sunday, April 24th, in the Kennedy Center Concert Hall. Stewart said in a statement, "I'm truly honored to receive this award. I have long admired and been influenced by the work of Mark Twain, or as he was known by his given name, Samuel Leibowitz." So...
Samuel. What is
Jon Stewart Leibowitz.
Jon Stewart Leibowitz.
That's his real name. Yeah. Stewart is his middle name.
Yep. Okay, Kath, I'm curious as to what you think about this. Deadline reports that Fox will launch The Real Dirty Dancing on February 1st.
Ooh.
Competition series inspired by the 1987 film starring Jennifer Grey and Patrick Swayze will follow celebrity contestants, and I have a list of them here, as they partner up to learn the film's iconic dance routines.
Oh my God, I love it.
And recreate classic scenes. So they have signed up, man, tell me if you recognize. There are a couple names that look vaguely familiar, but Brie Bella, Corbin Bleu, Tyler Cameron, Kat Cora, Howie Duro. Any of these names? Yeah.
Brie Bella, is she one of the Bella sisters?
I don't know.
Okay.
Howie Duro, boy band guy?
I don't know. Dude, I do not know. Antonio Gates.
I know Antonio Gates.
Who's
He's
he?
a tight end in the NFL, longtime tight.
Oh, no. Okay. Yeah. Brie Bella is one of the Bella sisters. Yeah. Okay.
And Howie Duro was a Backstreet Boys.
Okay.
I got one.
And one of them is a Supreme Court justice.
Angela Johnson Reyes and Lonnie Love.
Jesus
Lonnie Love.
Christ.
I've heard Lonnie Love.
She's a comedian. She's funny.
Okay, so that is going to be on February 1st. Kathy.
Okay, I mean, I don't really care about those celebrities, but I like the concept. Maybe for one time around.
Is that your favorite movie? No, Titanic is your favorite movie.
The Dirty Dancing is right up there.
Okay.
And the way I constitute that is if it's on, like no matter, I mean, now with all the streaming, you can watch start to finish, but like when we used to turn the TV on, no matter where it was in the movie, you'd sit down and watch it.
All right.
You know what? I think I realized, you mentioned, coming across a movie in the middle. I told you guys, that's kind of my operation. I just kind of surf. I still surf. Most people don't surf. I channel surf, and I'll come across something, and I'll hang out. And I think it's because I can, if I sit and watch something that I've already seen before, I can bail on it and not feel bad about it.
Oh, yeah.
If I go for something I've never seen before and haven't heard anything about, let me try this out. I'll go for a while, and I'm like, well, I don't want to bail because I need to give this thing the whole run. You know what I mean?
Do you know what's a wonderful thing, though, is being able to instantly hit the record button. Okay, I do want to finish this off.
I don't do that feature that often.
I'll do that if I'm like, oh, Christ, I didn't mean to get this involved.
Right.
But if you turn on a TV and
this is on,
leave it on.
I'm sticking around at least for a little while.
You know
Who's this hula hana? Come on, I want a hula babe. She will hula when you have a love that gives she wants. You'll hear her say.
The mom in this was a kind of a Catskills MILF, wasn't she?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I believe so.
That's a good band name, by the way.
Catskills Milk.
Damn it. Kathy, because you were a little swim rat like me, like a little swim club rat.
Oh, yes.
You would do the lift 100%. In the pool? Yeah. That's the only place you could do it. Lift in the pool.
Oh, my God. Absolutely.
All right, one last story. King of the Hill creators Greg Daniels and Mike Judge are teaming up for a reboot of the show. The two producers recently announced the creation of their new animation company, Bandera Entertainment, and explained the collaborative venture came after a number of King of the Hill reunion panels. He said, this is according to Daniels, he said, we were very excited to go into different tones and different styles and try to expand the animation art form. He said, we're in a golden age of content, right? And that's animation too. And that's one of the things that we're talking about in founding this company. Let's push animation into all these different genres.
Did you watch the show at all?
I watched some of it, and it was funny, man.
I thought it was as well.
Really, really
funny. I wasn't
funny.
like as fanatical as I am with like The Simpsons or
right.
But when it was on, I would watch it. I always enjoyed it.
Anytime I watched it, I laughed. I got a kick out of it, but I never dove deep into it.
Chuck Mangione was a recurring character.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There's no word yet on plot synopsis or voice cast roles for the King of the Hill reboot, and it aired for 13 seasons from 97 to 2010, by the way. All right, let's get into clips, if you will, please. 3 roommates on the autism spectrum strive to get and keep jobs, make friends and more, and navigate the world in as we see it. In this clip, Sosie Bacon talks about her favorite moments during the filming. Here we go.
We had the Santa Monica Pier all to ourselves, and we just got to literally ride the rides as many times as we wanted. All of the stuff with all of us together at the apartment was so much fun because all we did was just laugh and hang out, and it was just a real break from having been alone in isolation for so long.
Bacon! Bacon! Where's the bacon? I smell bacon! 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 Gotta be bacon! Only one thing smells like bacon! That's bacon!
So,
bacon, 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 bacon! There! Chewy, yummy, smoky bacon!
Sosie Bacon.
Boy, boy, nom, 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 nom. It's bacon!
She is that Kevin Bacon?
Is Kevin Bacon, Kira Sedgwick's daughter. She was in Mare of Easttown. We had her on the show.
She's really good.
She plays the mayor's grandson's mother.
The drug
addict
rehab.
mother.
Yeah.
Okay.
She was a great interview, by the way.
As We See It is available on Prime Video this Friday, by the way. Here's the next clip. Oops, sorry. Oh, here we go. In Servant, a Philadelphia couple is in mourning after an unspeakable tragedy creates a rift in their marriage and opens the door for a mysterious force to enter their home. In this clip, Toby Cabell shares his thoughts on this season's script. Here we go.
It was good. It's always a challenge and you have to sort of adjust because you're never really secure. You might think, good, so okay, this is who I am, but they want things to evolve. They want things to change. So, there was a difficulty that I'm suddenly believing in everything. And I think I get some redemption from that. But to find that was kind of tricky.
Is that the husband?
Didn't know he was a Brit.
Are you kidding me?
He was in Black Mirror,
Didn't
guys.
know he was a Brit. What?
He was in Black Mirror.
Which episode?
The one where you could essentially put your memories into your head or whatever, and I think he
and they could replay them back.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that's how he ended up finding out that his wife or girlfriend was cheating on him because he was able to play back in the memory. He was wait a second.
Yeah, I remember that one.
She was flirting with him at dinner. And
I've got to watch the last 2 or 3 episodes of this to get back up to speed because the show, again, it's trippy, but it's really good.
Yeah, I agree. Servant returns for season 3 this Friday. Apple TV Plus. There you go.
We got to get Night on if we can at some point.
Oh, yeah, if we can, Cass.
Okay.
Get in touch with him.
Yeah.
All right.
To the night phone.
To
the night phone.
You boys need me?
We got to do that when he comes on. To the night phone. So we have Valerie Bertinelli joining us this morning in the 9 o'clock. Very exciting stuff. She has a new memoir out. It's called Enough Already. So we will talk to her and get a little peek into that world. So let's take a break, come back in just a second, and dive into everything we have for you today. Stay with us. We won't be gone long.
Preston and Steve.
YouGov polled adults who said that they intend to watch Super Bowl, revealed how they answered the question, which, if any, of the following foods do you plan to serve or eat while watching the Super Bowl this year? So I'm gonna read off all of the ones that they asked about. Mm-hmm. You guys tell me which one you thought was most people said yes to.
All right.
Okay.
All right, so pizza, nachos, cheese and crackers, burgers, chicken wings, cookies, ice cream, and chips and dip.
What was the number one of those?
Yeah, what do you think?
I mean, the one that usually gets I believe, is probably the wings.
I would go,
and then pizza.
Yeah, no, really? I would go pizza less. I would probably, normally, I would have gone with you with the wings, but I think chips and dip is probably the number one.
All right.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I think chips and dip, too.
Yeah, chips and dip.
It is chips and dip. Mm-hmm. Chicken wings is second. Pizza's third, Case.
Wow. There you go.
Pizza's way up there.
We're very good at this.
Now it's set. Now, okay, and then it says nachos.
That's chips and dip.
That's kind of I count that as chips and dip.
Okay.
I mean, it's not technically
Like a
dip.
It's a combo of chips and dip.
Yeah.
This is the worst list ever.
It makes it, but it's its own category as a result.
And I guess because nachos,
It's like bronze.
Yeah, it's like what?
It's like bronze. It's like you combine copper and zinc, you get bronze.
Are people eating bronze for Super Bowl?
No, I'm making an
really
analogy.
shouldn't.
Yeah, that's what Transformers eat when they watch the Super Bowl.
This is excellent bronze.
Here, dip it in this aluminum.
Honey, more platinum, more platinum. Yeah, very good.
Yeah, I didn't. Okay, I had no idea.
I want to make a clarification going back to the bronze
Please
joke. Brass is copper and zinc.
Oh, my gosh.
Bronze is copper and tin.
Are you sure this is bronze? It tastes like copper and zinc.
We had a beautiful sunrise this morning. I mean, and it was great because, as Nick noted, as I looked outside, it was like 6:05 and there was daybreak, and that's a wonderful thing for us early risers starting to see the sun that early in the day.
Well, the exact moment that the sun creases the sky every morning, people don't know this, but Kathy stands in a pentagram and slits a chicken's throat.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, we get to eat chicken for breakfast. So.
It's good.
Yeah.
Also, it stays darker later. So
stays darker later.
I mean, stays lighter. Later.
Longer, yeah.
It stays later darker.
Oh, my God.
No, because I noticed that yesterday, too. It was 6-ish, and it was still nice and bright out.
Yeah.
This is good.
Lighter later.
Yeah.
It gets darker later. It stays lighter later.
It dark.
It gets lighter
dark and dark
sooner.
Yeah.
Have you been off since you left the house this morning because of what happened with your coffee mug?
Yeah, probably.
You didn't hear this story, Preston.
No,
it's going to be a Lifetime movie. Judd Nelson's playing.
I'm sorry, guys. I got to answer this. Donna Levine's calling me. I don't even know who that is. I just got a call on my watch that distracted me. Preston, I made myself some coffee last night.
Okay.
All right. So can I tell you a quick story?
Yeah.
Let me just.
Were you laughing at how happy he was at himself for doing that?
The audio.
Yeah, it was my quick story.
Yeah, that was his joke.
Preston,
I'm going to tell you a quick story. Wow.
If only.
I love it.
Wow, I got a laugh out of Kathy. I set my coffee
I didn't
timer
have to listen to the story.
every night.
You were free.
Coffee.
And so I was on my way into work this morning, poured my coffee. And the very first sip tasted off. And I was like, there's something going on here. Yeah. And so I gave it a couple of more sips. It just tasted like dishwashing liquid. It was like Palmolive. So
yeah, I had that happen.
And it just, and I need those 20 ounces to wake up on my way into work this morning, and I didn't get that.
Oh, so you tossed it out and bailed on it, didn't make another cup?
I thought maybe I was going to die from poisoning or something like that, so I decided not to drink it.
Don't ever finish a cup of coffee that you feel has been poisoned.
Right? Yeah.
It is. It's remarkable, though. Like, little things can set your day in the right direction or in the completely wrong direction, and that one set... I mean, I'm sure the rest of the day will be fine or whatever, but like a little thing just like that, it puts you in a bad mood, and like I get it. I totally understand where you're coming from, man. It's frustrating.
I haven't picked up on any out of the ordinary.
No, you've been fine.
You seem the same as usual. So you've been faking it all day?
Yep. Fake it till you make it, bro.
Good job, man.
You know what I'm saying?
He was tweeting about this yesterday, posting on social media.
It's amazing
that he was making a film, and it's based on a very well-known story. If you know Bert, you know the story. And what we didn't know is that Mark Hamill is now involved in this project. Amazing. Please welcome Bert Kreischer to our program. Morning.
How you guys doing?
Good, man. Hey, I have no idea what time it is in Serbia. What part of the day you are in now? What's the time?
It is 1:15 in the afternoon, but I've been sleeping all day.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. When did you get in? How long have you been there?
You know what? It's all a blur.
Okay.
Like, we got in, I think, yesterday morning, and by the way, I slept on the flight. Like, I've just been sleeping nonstop.
Was, in fact, Mark Hamill on that flight?
He was.
There's a great video that Mark posted of him talking about this secret project that he's a part of, and you can see Bert comes around the corner with his shirt off, drinking wine. It was so well done. How did you get Mark involved in this movie, Bert?
So it's kind of tricky because of COVID. We kind of had to narrow it down to like it was a difficult sell. Because not everyone that is old enough to play my dad would want to come to Serbia.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And we got word that Mark Hamill was just interested, and everyone dropped everything and was like, hold on. That means Darth Vader's my grandfather?
I didn't even think about that.
We lost it, and we took a meeting with him, and he was, it's amazing. You forget, like, actors really know what they're talking about. Like, he had read the script, he had questions about it, he didn't like certain aspects of it and wondered if we could change it. And we were all like, Mark, we'll turn this into whatever movie you want it to be.
Yeah. No, it's so cool. One thing since the beginning of the exposure to Mark Hamill in interviews, even for way back when the first Star Wars movie came out, one thing was clear. The dude has a really good sense of humor. So he's got to connect to stuff like this.
I told him, I said, I want to shoot a promo outside the private jet like I do for my tours for this. And so we had like a crew from Legendary to go shoot it. And I said, I gave him, I swear to God, I've given so many more notes to people. All I said was, I'm going to do like an intro read. You just come up and I'll be like, what's up? And just say, just get on the plane. And I'll go, hey, I thought we could do that. And then just cut me off. We did one take and it turned perfectly. I sat with the executive from Legendary and I go, okay, I can't tell if that's because he's such a great actor or did we just get lucky? Like,
yeah. Well, Bert, you strike me as somebody that not much rattles you, but maybe you'd be not intimidated by Mark, but are you blown away by the fact that he's in this movie with you? Because he is legendary. He is Luke Skywalker.
We watched Star Wars the day before I left with my kids.
Yes.
And my daughters are like, I cannot believe that's going to be Papa. Like, I cannot believe. He is the reason I got into movies. Like, it's not lost on me at all.
Wow. So a couple things you mentioned. Is Legendary behind this? Are they is that the company?
Legendary.
So they're on a huge roll. And is this a Netflix movie or is it okay? It's
no. I know you can see me. I just shook my head as if we're not doing radio right now.
Full theatrical release.
We want to put it in theaters.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, that's awesome. It's so cool. And so the fact that this, I was thinking about this when the whole idea of the machine, the movie came up. This was such a part of your embryonic act early on, and what you would talk about in the story is just incredibly, people never get sick of hearing about it, but this will now give you the opportunity once it's done, when people ask about it, you can just say, watch the movie. Because how many times have you told the story?
This isn't this isn't that story though, isn't this?
It's a little bit past.
It's a follow-up to it, Bert?
So we had pitched versions of the story to a bunch of different places, and we went into Legendary, and this guy Cale, who is a guy who I ran into like 9 years ago, and he saw me do stand-up once in Burbank, and he gave me his card, and he goes, I want to do a movie with you.
Wow.
This is like 9 years ago. And now I'm in his office, and he goes, all right, you got to do one movie. He was like, I want to do a movie with you. What movie do you want to do? And I said, well, if I got one movie to do, it's The Machine. And he goes, how would you tell that? And I go, I got to be honest with you, Cale. I don't know. I said, my biggest fear is I'm going to get hired for a corporate one day, and I'll get there, and they'll go, just tell The Machine. And it'll be the Russian mafia. And he lit up and he goes, say no more, say no more.
Wow.
Let's do this movie. And so
go ahead.
Based off that little pitch, we got writers attached, then a director, and then all of a sudden everything kind of built off of that.
The director is Peter Antencio. Is that how it's pronounced?
Peter Intencio.
Intencio. So he's from Key and Peele, and he did the movie Keanu as well, right?
Yeah.
The guys.
And you forget, like, he really puts the work in. Like, I'm doing a wardrobe fitting the other day, and they're like, well, he sees a lot of oranges in this movie. And I was like, he's thinking about colors? And they're like, yeah, he's a director, you moron.
He's concerned with visuals?
I was like, I'm so used to doing like Instagram videos. Yeah. I don't think about anything.
You don't think about color correction and things like that.
Oh, that's great.
So you're in quarantine right now for a couple days, right? When does filming actually start?
Filming, we have rehearsals for a couple weeks.
Okay.
Filming starts, I think, May 4th.
May 4th.
May the 4th be with you. That's right.
You gotta be kidding me.
Memoir.
Thanks, Kath. I saw an article this morning on BuzzFeed, which I found very, very interesting. And if you think back to when you were a kid, grade school age and so on, and maybe junior high, you try on a lot of friends, okay? You meet them in school.
Who do you jibe with? You're sort of taste testing.
Yeah, and then maybe you eventually get invited over for a sleepover or something like that. And sometimes it's it's just once or twice, and then you find out that you're not going to be friends for whatever reason. You don't dislike the people. But I in reading this article, it's an interesting peek as to how other families conduct themselves in their homes. So the title of this is, people are revealing the weirdest things they experienced at a friend's house growing up. and
like different traditions, different ways that they're living. The house
about.
I was always nosy. Like I wanted to go look in people's houses and see how they, it's still to this date. If I'm walking down the street and it's dusk, I can't help it. I'm going to look in the. Oh, what are they doing in there?
Right.
I don't know if this falls under it, but I remember one of my good friends, her freezer, like her normal freezer in the house, was filled with cartons of cigarettes. Like there really wasn't any food in there.
That's exactly this type of thing.
Okay.
These lists on here, stuff like that, where you're like, we don't do that in my house.
No, I was like, what? I don't understand.
Yeah, I can tell you one that was just when you mentioned this topic, resonated with me. Randy Costanowitz, my friend, great guy, lived up the street, and I went to his house and I walked in and I looked to the right, and every piece of furniture in the living room was sealed in plastic.
Plastic.
Yeah. And so every time I go back, aren't they going to open it up and start using it? Like I figured it had to have just been delivered, and they're like keeping it fresh or something, not knowing that was what they did. Yeah.
When I was in 4th, 5th grade, around that range, my best friend, we lived in South Carolina for a short time, and my best friend's name was Bubba Martin.
Oh, wow.
And Bubba and his family lived in a really, rural area, and they had a decent amount of land. They had, fields and things like that. But out back, his dad had. You ever heard of a car called a Packard?
Yes.
Before?
Oh, sure. Packard, yeah.
Like 30 of them.
Wow.
And they were all in overgrown,
grass.
Yeah.
There's a Packard factory here in Philadelphia.
Is there?
Yeah, there's a Packard building downtown.
So they just had all these old cars, rusted out, beat. I don't know what they were ever going to do with them.
They eventually moved into fudge manufacturing, so they were fudge
Packards. But we used to spend a lot of time going in these
playing in the cars. Did he restore them or did he just collect them?
I'd see him tinker on them every now and then, but they weren't in good shape.
The phenomenon of the cars on cinder blocks in your neighbor's yard, I remember, and there was the Reynolds lived down a couple of streets, and a couple of houses. And I don't think that guy ever opened the door on these things, but there were 3 or 4 cars in the backyard up on cinder blocks. I'm like, what?
These were kind of, I guess you would qualify. You'd use the term white trashy kind of.
Yeah.
I'll never forget Bubba's dad one time. He had a couple nips, and I remember we were outside, and he goes. His wife said something to him. He was getting a little bit boisterous and had said something to me, and she was like, Mitten, don't yell at Preston like that. And he goes, shut up, you frizzy-haired old bitch. And I was like,
you'll never forget that, huh?
Well, and I went home and told my parents.
Oh, really?
They thought it was hilarious, by the way. But so that was just a different lifestyle. Let me read a couple.
Maybe that's their pet name.
You frizzy-haired old bitch. And she was a sweetheart of a woman,
of course,
too.
yeah.
So anyhow, if you have stories to share, feel free, and these might trigger some memories for you. Although some of these are a bit extreme. Let me start with this first example. They wrote, I went to a friend's house when I was 10, and in the bathroom they had 4 towels hanging on a towel bar near the toilet with brown marks on them. I asked, what was that? And my friend said they didn't have toilet paper.
Oh, God, no, what?
And they each had their own crap towel that they hung up after each use.
Honestly, no. At that point, you gather together and drink poison as a family.
Right.
How do you drink poison?
There's no reason to live if you have a reusable crap towel in the bathroom.
That's beyond poop knife.
That's the poop knife is the height of elegance.
Well, listen, I'm not against the idea of a crap towel. Would I want a crap towel? No.
Would you?
But you don't put it on display it? No. You do not.
Oh, look
display
at this! Matching his and hers crap towels.
Like I also
put out the holiday crap towels, hon.
Also, I don't know. Why would they be white? Why not make them brown or blue?
I got a better
Something
question
where
for
it
you.
wouldn't
Why
slide
would
out?
you wipe your ass with a towel and leave it displayed?
They
They
didn't say they were white. They just said they had brown marks on them. So they could have been,
old towels are eventually
blue or yellow.
brown once you turn them into crap towels.
True. Here's another one. It says, I had a friend in high school whose family didn't believe in pet bowls. So their 2 dogs and cat would literally get their food splattered all over the floor. And water bowls, forget it. They just filled up the bathtub and let the animals drink out of it.
Okay.
So they would just plop like the gravy train down on the floor, the Alpo, and they'd eat it off the floor.
Yep, that was
What
kinda,
are they, animals?
That was kind of their thing. All right, here's another one, not like in the messy range like those two were.
Well, poop towel's going to be hard to beat.
All right, this one says, I once spent the night with a close friend in 6th grade, and as soon as I arrived, her mom brought me to her office and showed me a filing cabinet drawer of alphabetized behavior charts of her daughter's friends.
Oh dear.
She kept records on every kid who visited their house, and if you got a certain number of demerits, you weren't allowed to come back.
So does it mention whether or not she was like a psychiatrist or a psychologist or a therapist?
It goes
or
on
just a lunatic.
A psycho.
She goes on to
Or
say,
in need of one.
She goes on to say, I got my first 2 demerits for forgetting to say yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am.
No way.
And my 3rd demerit
Hell out
was
of
for
here.
not bringing a dress for church the next morning. At the end of my stay, my friend's mom determined that I could return as long as I made more of an effort next time, but it's safe to say I never went back again.
Yeah.
Wow.
No thanks.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's not a privilege
No
to be
poop towel for you.
Yeah. This other one says, at my friend's house, there was a 4-foot python roaming free around the room at gatherings with guests. The snake was chill, but still, that's really weird. This one says, listen to this. I had dinner at a friend's house when I was around 7 years old, and they would not allow any drinks at the dinner table. I had to stand in the kitchen and drink my water.
Is that so you don't spill something on the kitchen table?
I have no idea.
I mean, like, because
have you heard of that before?
No, but I just know that one of the funniest things that we still to this day as a family will joke about is when my dad got really, really pissed off because I spilled. I don't remember if it was iced tea or milk, but it was one of the two. But I spilled it all over my plate, and my dad was so mad. And so spilling drinks at the table, especially with a bunch of klutzy kids, it's a common thing. But my dad was like, face red, smoke coming out of his ears, and he's like, "You ruined a perfectly good pita meat," right? So he misspoke as he was yelling.
Pita meat?
Pita meat. He meant to say piece of meat, but he said pita meat, and so as he's mad,
Did you start laughing?
I'm sure.
everybody, 5 of us just start laughing in his face, and then it just became a thing that we laughed forever.
I'm gonna kill you
And
all.
that's when he killed the entire family.
Go into the basement. Look at the wall.
So, yeah, and that's one of those. I'm trying to think if we had any house rules or just ritual things that we would have done that other families might have gone, what is that all about? But I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
I'll guarantee you when I'd have friends over, my dad, a voracious reader, would sit in the den. He had this robe that Papillon would have thrown out eventually, Preston. It was a tattered. He would sit there with the robe on, shorts, and then like boots, So he'd sit there with his bifocals on, sitting, and I mean, I know I'd have to say, by the way, my dad has a unique leisure outfit.
Well, there was a girl,
and that was you just knew you had to pre-explain that.
There was a girl that I dated, and her dad sat there, and they had a front living room. So when you walked in the front door, that's where he was. And he just sat there in his underwear,
like the Goldbergs, like Murray,
straight up like Murray Goldberg.
Yeah.
And I opened and he liked me. So he'd be like, "Hey, Case," and
Give me a
hug.
Give me a hug.
Never give me a hug. But you know what? Like I kind of
Give him a
admire.
ball tap.
I admire.
Do you know what talking is?
Yeah. I admire him and his ability to go. I don't give a crap.
I know. Yeah, I agree.
By the way, there's an article. People are revealing the weirdest things they experienced at a friend's house growing up. Feel free to jump in. I'm going to go to some calls here in a second. 215-263 WMMR. But let me read this other one. It says, the very first time that I met my high school boyfriend's parents was when I went to their house for dinner. Everything was going well, and they seemed totally normal until dinner was ready, and his mom announced that it was time to wash up. Okay. I assumed that meant to wash our hands, but no, the whole family went upstairs to shower, and his mom gave me a bathrobe and made me go wait in my boyfriend's sister's bedroom for her to finish her shower so I could shower afterwards, and then we all ate lasagna in bathrobes.
What the hell?
So they have to.
Oh man!
It's not your entire body has to be clean.
Wow.
Before eating dinner.
You know what? And like, I feel like a lot of this can be traumatizing as a kid because, like, you know what your family does and what, that's normal to you. And then you go somewhere and they're like, time to shower before we eat. Like, I'm never coming back here again.
Right.
Everyone, it's our pre-dinner showers. Let's go.
That song, it makes me think of that song from Crash Test Dummies.
Yeah.
That song, and they're talking about these kids and why there was a girl.
The third leg of the stool.
But they had weird. There were things that were strange about them, and the moral was it went back to what was going on in their home.
Do you know what all of
their
those
families,
what all of those kids were going through? Their experiences were effing Essie. So that's what the initial song was called, was effing Essie.
And so they changed it. They can't say that.
Yeah, they were this Canadian band, and there was no way they were ever going to release a song called effing Essie.
Right.
And so they turned it into.
For a second there, I thought they were talking about a woman named Essie. And I'm like,
effing Essie.
Now I got it.
Effing Essie, man.
And she's got this huge purse with used snot rags.
What? Effing Essie.
Let me get some calls. I'm going to go to Frank. Hi, Frank. You're on the air. Good morning, sir. What's up, Frank?
So I went over to a friend's house, and I was probably like 5th grade. I noticed they have no doors. Like, they had a front door, but there was no bedroom doors. There was no bathroom doors. And I asked my friend, I'm like, hey, why don't you have any doors? He goes, oh, because all the cats and dogs get upset. So my dad just got rid of the doors. Like, that was a normal thing to say.
All the cats and dogs get upset, so you show maximum deference to the pets by removing the doors.
No privacy.
I get it, because if it's more of a pain in the ass, like, dude, I'm in here and the dog is like barking because he wants to come in, and it's more of a pain in the ass.
No,
I get it.
No.
I have nine cats and a dog, and listen,
You're not removing
they
doors.
will push the door open occasionally, but I can close it. I do.
Yeah,
like,
there are times when you need the door closed.
When guests are over, I'm like, you're adorable, but I don't want to I don't want to put on a pooping demonstration to our guests.
Right.
I had to poo so bad. That whole sleep.
Oh my God, you go nuts.
The bathroom, right? The bathroom door?
The bathroom, that's ridiculous.
I got to see his sister get depressed. No, that's not my way.
So that worked out for you.
Gotcha. All right, Frank. Thank you, man.
Jesus, no
I
doors.
essentially did the exact opposite of that. I didn't put 2 doors on every, but I did put on all of the upstairs bedroom doors. I put those hinges that automatically shut.
Yes.
So that those doors,
I like those,
automatically shut, so the dogs don't go into the rooms.
We've removed doors as punishment. Before we're like, okay, you lose your. Oh yeah.
Wait, like off the hinges?
Yeah, you lose your privacy.
Oh my
Absolutely.
God.
Yeah. Well, the doors.
So
open up.
we're going to be seeing what you're doing in your room. You're yes, I can see that.
I mean, because the bedroom can be an escape. It's like, forget you guys, I'm gone, and then go close the door and then hide away. And we're like, okay, you lost your privacy.
Yep.
So, and we'll leave it off for 2 weeks or whatever it is, and it's a form of kind of instead of grounding, it's kind of like that. So.
I have a question. Who takes the door off?
Me or Rochelle. I can do
you can
that.
Do it? That's what
I can actually do that, yes. Not just Rochelle. Here are some texts that are coming in. This text says, growing up, my friend trapped muskrats. He stored them in the freezer after being trapped. They were not wrapped and next to all the frozen food. So just
a frozen dead muskrat?
Out in the open, fur.
Next to your hummus?
Yeah, I guess so.
That's like the second muskrat reference this week, isn't it?
I know. Yes. It kind of feels like muskrat love.
This season. What?
Muskrat Susie. Muskrat Sam.
We don't have that. We should have that.
Oh, we should have that.
We should.
All right, so here's another text. So when I was younger, our neighbors behind us were the white trash type, and like 2 different families lived in one tiny house. They what does it say?
The Swaveleys, I guess, was one of the families.
The Swaveleys lived in the attic, and they had 4 mattresses in a row, and all 8 of the family members slept on them, and they were all obese and didn't want to walk. What did it
downstairs.
say? Walk downstairs.
Here's the kicker.
To use the bathroom. So they had they had an old couch upstairs that they called the pee couch.
Stop it.
And they would pee on it, and it would absorb into the fabric.
This cannot be real. This cannot be real.
All right, we got.
All right, so rate them.
Wow.
Poop towel or pee couch?
I'll take poop towel over pee couch.
I might too.
Yeah. Yeah. Because you can wash the poop towel.
But you can't.
You can't wash the pee couch, and you can't tune a fish.
So wait a second. All right, pee is just one element. What did they have a poop recliner?
I don't know.
That's the poop barca lounger.
If that's real, I hate people.
What's in this coffee table? Oh, don't lift that up. Wow.
Don't open that.
Don't open that. That's our poop cupboard.
All right, here's some other interesting things, and feel free to share your stories. People are revealing the weirdest things they experienced at a friend's house growing up. This one says, I have a cousin who was really strict with her kids when they were growing up. And once she finally let them have a sleepover, and they were so excited that she was being more lenient. But it turns out she had the kids over so that she could baptize them with holy water as they slept.
Oh, my God.
No way.
They're all going to laugh at you.
Right? Wow.
So I knew a woman, and I think she. Okay, I'm gonna leave out names.
Leave out names.
So she had someone over that was not her child. She had children of her own. And she had somebody over who was not her child. And the father of this kid knew that this was happening and was okay with it. But to teach her and tell her about sex and sexually transmitted diseases, she printed out pictures and laid them out on her kitchen countertop. So when the kid came over, she was basically showing her why not to have sex. And it was
just casually, so the kid would say, "What is this?"
Like
it's my snickerdoodle recipe.
Just to teach her about it, and so she was telling me that it would she's like, what syphilis looks like, what genital warts looks like, and it was printed out and on the counter when she went over.
Tell you what, now go pee in the couch and we'll have some dinner.
Right. Speaking of that, our texter about the pee couch is on the line. It's Brian. Hey, Brian. Good morning. Yeah. All right, Brian, dude, you've got to expand on this. What is the story?
To give you an idea of what this family was like, so I'm like 8 years old at the time, and they had just cartons of cigarettes sitting around the house. And we stole their parents' cigarettes and went up in the woods and smoked I'm telling you, I'm 8 years old. I must have smoked 2 packs of cigarettes and looked at porn magazines in the woods.
Okay.
So when I first met them, I went up, they lived in the attic. I went up in the attic, and there's 4 mattresses on the ground. And I'm like, what's going on here? And they're like, we all sleep on the same mattress. I was like, it's kind of weird, but, it's a small house, whatever. So then we're up there, and I think we were playing Sega Genesis at the time. And I was like, I got to pee. And they were like, don't worry about it. Just pee on that couch over there. I was like, what? What do you mean pee on the couch? And, yeah, of course, they had a pee couch.
So, can I ask you, Brian? So how many people were up in the attic doing this?
It was probably about 8, and I would say the mom and dad were about 300 pounds each.
All right,
and all the kids were about.
Can you explain why? So, what did they take in this family and allow them to live in the attic, or
no? What it was the grandparents lived there, and then they had the one family was the son's family, and the other family was the daughter's family. So the daughter family lived downstairs. The dad's family lived upstairs.
It's like a Wes Craven story. But I'd say this: if you're going to get another couch, then you go to the dump, right? Because you'll use that couch for taking your dumps. I don't know. So what did happen in the poop realm? Did they actually? Was that enough to make them go down and use the bathroom?
I lived 35 feet from this house, so I would go home because I didn't want to figure out where you had to poop in the house.
God bless you. Yeah, I would have fled.
How bad did it smell in that room, Brian?
Or
did you not notice?
Like a porta potty times 12.
Oh my God!
Jesus Christ!
God in heaven.
Oh, geez.
Well, they wore Axe body sprays.
Any idea what ended up happening to these people? You stay in touch with anybody?
Yeah, they're actually very, very, very nice people.
Just don't sit on the couch.
They were nice people. They ended up moving away into actually Pottstown now. But I mean, I can't make this up.
Dude, it's too bizarre to be fake. Yeah, that's
Brian,
amazing.
I was just going to ask you, what county was the pee couch in?
Berks County.
No!
All right, we're both okay.
Not giving you any points for that.
Happy, that was a really risky move question there.
However, if you happen to own a piece of piss furniture, please tell us what county
But
you're in.
let me ask you,
They
Preston.
shuffled off the pots down now. All right, thanks, Brian. Appreciate it, bud. You too.
Say that it was Bucks County. You're not going to award Delco for that, and you've already established that you're not taking points away.
We're only going to do pots.
However, if we feel it's an accomplishment, then
let me go to Victor. Hey, Victor, good morning.
Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, my man, what's up?
Yeah, so I had to been in like about 8th grade, and like my former best friend at the time, his mom was like the sweetest lady on earth. You know, you would never think anything bad about her. She used to cook for us every time we went over there. So one time we were playing, they had a finished basement over his house. So we're playing hockey in the basement, and I slapped the puck, and I knocked like a whole bunch of stuff down behind the bar that they had down there.
Yeah.
I go back there to get the puck, and I find this velvet box, and I open it up, and it's full of his mother's, how do I say, feminine pleasure tools.
Oh, wow.
Her dildo collection.
So now, though, it was secreted behind the bar. It wasn't like in a gun rack, right?
No. It was just like I knocked a whole bunch of stuff. It was a bunch of boxes back there. And I seen this cool-looking velvet box. I was like, what the hell is this? And I popped it open, and I was like, whoa.
Jackpot.
Yeah,
all right. I think a lot of people might have a little hidden toy or two around. It's interesting.
In the
All right,
basement,
thank
you usually
Victor.
keep it in your own bedroom.
Yeah,
do you
right.
not?
Yeah.
No, you
maybe
can-
she's hiding it from the husband.
The rumpus room.
Oh.
All right, so I have a few other examples. Let's see. How about this one? It says, I remembered when I first had dinner with my ex-boyfriend's family, I was so shocked at how they would let all of their pets on the counter while they cooked. And there was pet fur and everything that was served.
We have a definite, definitive protocol when it comes to this stuff.
Yeah.
That would never happen in our house. And there are lines to let them walk around while you're cooking. No, not going to happen.
Not on the counter. I mean, no.
It's like when
definitely
they let you eat at the bar at a strip club and the stripper's walking over your food. It's like, no, that's not going to work.
I do have to have a water bottle though to spray them because they'll jump right up and get right into the food
If they're
I
big,
let
if they're
them.
big hoppers, yeah.
I was petting my oldest cat, Punky, and there were some singed hairs on her tail, and I'm like, you must have jumped up on the
on the
yeah,
stove?
yeah.
I
mean, they're pretty good about it. They won't do that, but occasionally.
You can't keep a cat from jumping up on things. They like to be on high things.
Right.
My cat, the cats love after we use the dishwasher, Kathy, that part of the counter.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
warm.
because it's warm.
Yeah. You know what's saying?
Yeah.
Absolutely. She hops up every single time.
If you have a dog and cats, you kind of have to keep the cat food up because the dogs will eat the cat
Chelsea
food.
goes nowhere near it, believe it or not.
Really?
But some
Yeah.
will.
Yeah.
Here's a text says, my old best friend had 45 cats in their home growing up, and they peed all over the couches, fleas everywhere. It was so gross. I had a friend who had several cats, and anytime I walked into her apartment, it was just like, boom, that ammonia smell was horrible. All right, so listen, I got some other things. So, this one says, when I was in high school, a friend asked me and a few other friends over to his house. His mother served homemade bean soup, which was good. But toward the end of the main course, she brought out chocolate cake for dessert. She cut each of us a slice, and then she plopped it into our bowls, in which we still had about an inch of bean soup.
No.
And we each exchanged puzzled glances, but the family dug right in. And apparently chocolate cake soaked in bean soup was an ordinary thing for them.
It's one of those things when you sit down to eat with a family, and we're not just talking like a cultural difference. When the manner in which they eat, and foregoing utensils.
All right. So I'll give you another one, Steve, that's kind of along those lines. There was one that says, hang on a second here. I had a friend whose family would not speak at all during dinner. The first time I ate there, I tried to make conversation, and I got a super weird glare and shake of the head from the mom. And after dinner, everyone would just go back to doing whatever. And I remember eating in awkward silence thinking, why would anyone want to eat like this every day? So they had a silence
Mind
rule.
your tongue out, Wilda.
Yeah, right?
That would be so effing creepy, and it would also be, I think, disgusting to not have something killing the chewing sound.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Good point.
Right?
Good point. Another one says, I went to an incredibly rich friend's house in second grade. He used the master bedroom as hers. So that was her bedroom in second grade. One day, she used the bathroom and called me to see what her poop looked like.
Oh, my God.
And she even made me sniff the toilet paper
my God.
after she wiped.
Please, you don't. That's when you say, listen, it's my fault. I had no idea you were a subhuman.
She goes on to say, and to make matters weirder, when she was done, she ran downstairs to show me her parents' room, where she opened a nightstand drawer to reveal a gun, and she asked if I wanted to play with it.
Oh, boy.
I quickly declined, and I never went back to her house.
Do you want to go blindfold driving?
She goes on to say, this is second grade. She goes on to say, I'm not even sure that her parents were home the whole time, although there might have been a maid or a housekeeper around. Wow.
I would have played with the gun before I would have smelled the toilet paper.
Nick, is this what you were laughing at?
Yeah, the last line in the text got me.
Here's a text that says, my dad was the underwear dad. And when my friends would eat over, he would grab my mom's boobs at the table and yells, I can't say that.
I know. What would he say?
He'd yell, how'd them boobies go, Deli?
Oh, my God.
Wow.
His friends are sitting at the table. That's so great.
My dad danced precariously like with this sort of stuff, and he was like, he wouldn't do that. He wouldn't grab my mom's knockers.
Do a little honking noise. Wow. All right, this one's royally messed up. This says, I saw a liposuction surgery taking place right there in the dining room.
What?
They had let a doctor from Mexico work from their house so they could make some extra money.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
A Mexican doctor was performing lipo on their dining room table?
Sounds good.
Another one says,
what can go wrong?
Another one says, I had a rich friend whose whole family had king-sized beds. And one of the silliest things I ever saw was my friend's 3-year-old brother trying to go to bed. It took him like 5 minutes just to get into the thing, and his bed was filled to the brim with stuffed animals. It was like watching him climb Mount Everest only to be consumed by a pile of stuffies. Another one says, I once visited a house where the ceiling in every room was covered in wind chimes.
Oh, it's weird.
Oh, my God.
It says, I mean, there wasn't a bit of space that didn't have a wind chime dangling from it in the entire house.
All right, so a friend growing up, they were collectors of those commemorative plates.
Yeah.
Okay.
Every wall, even the bathroom, had commemorative plates.
Awful.
And it was like, oh, my God. And then, casually when you walk through a house, sometimes you might brush a wall or whatever, or you put your hand. You realize how much you enjoy having a space of wall to lean on now and then.
Yeah.
You could not.
I love this one. It says, in middle school, I had a friend who would immediately change into an Ebenezer Scrooge-style nightshirt whenever he got home. His father was always wearing the same thing, and his mother and sisters were always in nightgowns. And his mom would always try to get me to wear a nightshirt instead of my street clothes, which she assumed must have been terribly uncomfortable. It was as if jeans and a T-shirt were torture devices.
So what in the evening, what do you relax in?
Oh, pajama pants and a T-shirt.
Okay.
That's it.
Anything on your feet?
Not usually.
So
No socks?
I will have my sneakers or hiking shoes, which are very comfortable.
You keep them on?
Yeah. I'll do
in case a deer gets in there.
Unless case the fight or flight, man.
Yeah, but that's how you sleep.
No, and then I leave my shoes by the bed in case a deer gets in. But
That's good.
The shorts and a T-shirt, so fairly routine.
Well,
but some people do like that full pajama presentation. The pajamas of yore, which were buttoned down.
Yeah, Rochelle's mom wears a nightgown all the time.
Really?
Yeah. That's her leisure, chilling out at the house garb.
I wear, joggers and a T-shirt to work, so I mean, it's pretty comfortable. So that's kind of what I wear all day long. But I do have a pair of slippers that I like to put on.
Kathy, I assume it's a lot of leather at your house.
No, I'm like, sweatpants and a sweatshirt. And oh my God, I got the greatest slippers ever for Christmas. They're UGG slippers.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God, they're amazing.
Comfortable?
Yeah.
They're comfortable and warm. And oh my gosh, they're
Everyone raves
I'm
upon them.
obsessed.
And I
You can wear
got
'em outside.
I got Claire a thing called it's a huggable. It's another rip on a Snuggie or whatever.
Yeah.
But
The comfy?
she's wearing it all the time, and I'm like, maybe I need me.
Is it
Maybe
the
I need
oversized?
me a huggable.
Is it the oversized blanket hoodie? Is that what that is?
That's what it is. It's called a huggable.
Really, really thick?
thicker.
Okay, because one we have is like super duper thick. We'll wear it outside if we want to sit outside in the wintertime.
Really? Should I get one?
Yeah.
All right. Dude, they're great.
If you like to sit outside, it's great.
I think we all have one, and our brand is called Comfy. C-O-M-F-Y.
Mine's called Poop Towel.
Poop
All
Towel.
right, here are a couple other things people realize when they stayed at a friend's house, one of the stranger things. This says, a year ago I went to a party and noticed that every single room of the guy's parents' house was decorated to the theme of the Highlander.
Oh, my God.
And all the guy could say is, my dad's a really big fan of the movie.
I would wonder, well, it probably wouldn't exist. Right now, my bedroom and the other room next to it is a lot of Batman figures and stuff, like crazy amount. I would hate to be the son that has to explain that to his friends.
Here, I'll go to Nick next. Hi, Nick. You're on the air. Good morning.
Yo, all I did was get out of the shower.
Yes, of course.
Nice, Nick. What's up, buddy?
So I grew up in Drexel Hill, and a kid down the street from me had a house just like mine. His basement was way smaller, so I thought it was weird. So I was like, dude, why is your basement so much smaller than mine? He's like, oh, there's a secret room. And I'm like, get out of here. There's no secret room. Well, we went behind the walls and like shimmied behind the walls. We opened it up to, there was a little room with a twin mattress. There was a pink light in the ceiling, and all of the walls had vintage, like Playboy, Hustler, and one of the other like nudie magazines wallpapered all over it.
What? Dude, so was that his spanking room?
No, it was the father's, because the whole family was a little eccentric, and apparently that's what the old man would do.
Whoa, dude.
It's a little creepy.
And also,
That's
the
totally
other part
creepy.
of the room,
Yeah.
Steve, do you remember Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare?
Yeah, absolutely.
So remember when the girl goes down and there's like the creepy room with all the beginnings of like the gloves and everything?
Yeah.
He had all weird stuff like that too. It was super.
It's like The Stepfather too.
Dude.
I just watched that movie again, where with Judd Nelson, based on the true story of the guy who imprisoned his daughter in the basement.
Hey, Nick, you said the light was pink?
It's effed up.
It was, they had like a pink light bulb in the ceiling, like I guess for like mood lighting or something.
Did you ever catch him dancing with his penis tucked back?
No, I got out of there.
That definitely so hard. Wow.
Christ, man.
Thank you,
It
Nick.
reminds me, and I told this story before on the air, my growing up, my neighbor, the dad was an artist, a commercial artist. So we had a number of nude books, and one of them was a series of them called Nuss.
Nuss, I remember you saying
the
that.
Nuss Hut.
Yeah.
And so up in the garage, except we built the room.
Yeah.
So we'd take the Nusses up there, and like, oh, wow.
Wow. This is the music dancing with your penis tucked back. Wow. Okay, one last one. This text came in. It says, went to Pennsbury, class of 96.
Oh, that's me.
Team Bucksco, same class as you?
Yeah.
All right. Says, my friend lived in Yardley. His dad was in the mob, Stanfa crew. Had bullet holes in the fireplace in the basement.
Oh, my God.
Had awesome holiday dinners. A lot of food, they said. So, wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
email me the name because I would know the person,
You
I'm sure.
probably would. Wow. Okay. By the way, Marissa put up a Twitter poll. You have to choose poop towel or pee couch.
I can't believe anybody's voting for pee couch.
So far, poop towel is in the lead. And,
Poop towel's dominating, if that gives you any comfort.
Wow, interesting story.
A pee towel to me is no.
All right. Well, thank you for the calls. We appreciate that. We do need to take a break. I mean, this kind of was the bizarre file already, but I do have some stories set aside for you. We'll get to that in just a little bit. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
You wake up with Preston and Steve.
It's
Spend your
hilarious.
workday with
What's
Pierre and
hilarious
Jack.
is we put out the video and it's got a lot of traction, and like everyone hit me up. Like even like people who don't get fazed by it, like Rogan was like, dude, Mark Hamill's your dad? and then and then I went on the news and my news Google feed, and I was in my own Google feed news, and it said Bert Kreischer is not going to rehab.
Yeah, Bert, I got an email from someone who was like, hey, since he's your godfather, I thought I'd reach out to you. Is Bert really going to rehab, or was that a joke?
I was like, there's no way.
There's no way.
I said it to Casey.
Yeah, we were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and Segura wanted to say, congrats on the movie, and we couldn't talk about it yet.
Right.
And he goes, tell everyone where you're going. And I go, I can't. And he goes, just say it. And I go, I can't. And he goes, say it. And I go, I'm going to rehab. And it made us laugh, and we just kept talking about it. And then we forgot to say, I'm not going to rehab. Angela, everyone sent me these really heartfelt messages like, this is a new step in your journey.
Oh, my God.
Bert, have we
more
spoken
believable that I would be going to rehab than shooting a movie.
Yeah.
Have we spoken to you since the whole Jennifer Aniston thing happened?
No, you have not.
Okay, so for our listeners, explain how that all came, how that all happened.
So Segura and I were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and he made up a lie, and he said he met Jennifer Aniston. and I really fell for it. And and it was a funny story, a funny lie. And then I said, we should make a pact. If we ever meet Jennifer Aniston, we've got to bring the other one with us. And he's like, okay. He's like, well, let's set up the scenario. You pitch it to her. How would you want to meet? And I said, I want to meet at her house. And he's like, that's a little aggressive to say, I want to meet at your house. And I was like, well, we can't do it at my house. We can't do it at your house. And he's like, should we bring our wives? I'm like, no. And then I go, can she bring someone? He goes, yeah, probably for safety. And then he caught himself and he goes, maybe that's not the message we want to send out.
You're going to need protection.
Laughing at the idea that we were pitching that she should bring safety to a meeting with us, and we laughed probably for 10 minutes. Literally just laughed for 10 minutes. And then one night I'm getting ready I get done working out. I'm at the new house. I'm getting ready to have a cocktail, and Segura calls me and he goes, have you checked your DMs? And I was like, wait, what? And he goes, check your DMs. I checked my DMs, and I got a DM from Jennifer Aniston. Wow. And we lost it. I mean, it was like you guys are the funniest guys. And then we're like, do not let her watch any of the Reese Witherspoon stuff we've done. I don't think she'll think we're funny anymore.
Right. Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. Wow.
It was crazy.
So going back to the movie for a second, Bert, Mark Hamill's the only name that's been announced associated with this. Is there, can we leak a little information here on the Preston and Steve Show? Anybody else that we might know is involved in the project?
I don't know. I don't know how to say their names.
Are you using a lot of local actors or actors from Europe that we might not be familiar with?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're using a lot of them. The guy playing Igor is awesome. I mean, if I send you his video, I'll send you his video.
Yeah.
If I can get it today, I'll send it to you. And you will fall in love with this dude the second he says, the machine. That's my favorite casting probably that I've seen. Actually, everyone's great. The girl, I don't know who I can say, but by the way, I can't even say any of their names. So.
Yeah. No, it's so cool.
I would love to see like Boban, how do you say his last name? Basketball player, 7'5".
He's in Bobby. He's in John Wick 3, Parabellum. Yeah.
That guy would be great. I don't know. But anyway, that's not what I wanted to ask you. So you do Two Bears in One Cave. You're also doing this podcast with Bill Burr. We're actually going to have Bill Burr on the show tomorrow. So why do you giggle like that?
I bet that guy makes me giggle. Has he ever told you about the time he was at the Sistine Chapel?
No.
Should we ask him about it?
Or is he going to get mad?
No. He's like, I'm such a moron, Bert. He goes, I'm at the Sistine Chapel with my wife, and we're looking up, and I'm thinking, this is great. You know what? If someone was smart, they'd open a bar right outside here and call it the 17th Chapel.
17th? The 16th Chapel.
That's fantastic. Giggled so hard. We did a podcast with Stanhope.
That's great.
And all we did was talk about day drinking, best day drinking scenarios. And Bill hasn't drank in like 2 years. Yeah. And I swear to God, all of us almost fell off the wagon.
By the way, here's a connection. You're going to be related to Mark Hamill in The Machine, and Bill Burr's on The Mandalorian. You're all now living in the Star Wars universe to some extent. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, what's interesting is I got an offer to be on The Mandalorian like 2 months ago. They hit me up. They sent me with this role, and they're like, "Hey, you interested?" And I was just like, "I'll pass." What? And my daughters lost it. They're like, "Why? What are you doing?" And I was like, "Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't really." not really like I don't watch The Mandalorian. Like I tried to watch it, I couldn't get into it.
Right.
And my daughters lost it. They lost it.
It's a great show. It's so freaking good. Yeah.
Yeah. And so then when we got Mark Hamill to play my dad, I went. I think I'm still a Jedi, guys. Like it runs in the family.
You know, Bill's whole thing is he's always made fun of the Star Wars universe. He's always, and here he is, and he jokes, he talks about, you're friends with him, and here he is, square in the middle, and now he's having to sort of sheepishly say, okay, I kind of get it now,
Oh yeah, wait, that's a great one. Ask him to tell you about all the stuff going on in season 1. Say, hey, Bill, the seasons you did, tell us about the story.
Oh, he has no idea.
He hasn't watched any of them.
All right, yeah, we'll get him on that.
Bert, it was years ago. We had done this live broadcast. Basically, it was from like a trash company, right? So it was a place. They won an opportunity. They did a charity drive, and they won an opportunity for us to broadcast live. And Bill Burr came out, and we actually flew him out to this live broadcast in a helicopter. I don't know if he's going to remember that, but it was so funny because that was like the first taste of the real Bill Burr that I got because we wanted to play. We played this game called Crack Shot, right? And Crack Shot is listeners call up, give us trivia questions. If we get it wrong, we get shot with a BB gun. And so we wanted him to be the shooter, and he's like, no, I'm not doing it. No, I don't want to do it. He's like, I was like, oh my God. I'm like, this. I think we just offended Bill Burr. Like, this is like shooting people with a BB gun is beneath him. He's like, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, we weren't shooting him.
No, he was going to shoot us. Yeah.
But still, he didn't like it, so that was fine. Yeah, it apparently didn't hurt his career, so he's doing fine. Yeah. So how long will the shoot be taking place for the machine, Bert?
3 months.
3 months. Okay, wow.
Is your family coming out at all?
My wife is. Yeah. She comes out in like 2 weeks, and then I wanted the girls to come out, but everything's still kind of weird with COVID. Yeah. I wanted to go through Europe with them. I was like, we're never gonna get this opportunity again.
Does she get the Gulfstream 550 treatment too, or will she be flying? You're laughing. Lufthansa.
Yeah, there you go.
Coach. Take the Lufa, honey.
Should be flying standby. If you think about this, Bert, listen, this has been a traumatic, horrible year for the planet as far as, all the stuff that's been going on. But you have been on a career high.
Yeah.
You have been on fire. It started with your Netflix special, the Go Big show, the Cabin show. Every time you turn around, you got something out. Now you're in production on the machine. Have you had time to pause and process how things are going? In light of all that's not going right, you are the one shining beacon.
I had a great 2020. I don't know what everyone was
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Harvard Medical School actually called you to give a talk on how to properly set a bone in somebody's arm based on what you did for Tom Segura.
Yeah, Tom blew out his knee and broke his arm. I had a great game that day. I don't know what he's talking about.
Casey references all the time and just starts cracking up at you going over.
Just because you didn't like the way his arm looked, you're like, you shouldn't do your arm shouldn't be like that. Let me do that. And then you gave him a little tap, on the, hey, good job, buddy. Dude, sometimes I just think about it and I laugh. That was so funny.
Yeah, I did a tour. I did 4 tours. I did the vet. I had a fun 2020, man. Everyone's complaining about it.
It seems like 10 years ago that we were in the parking lot and you were doing the show. And but here we are. Yeah, but at least the general consensus and feeling is that we're moving out of this, which is good.
The last thing that we did as a show collectively with listeners involved Bert at the Cardboard Classic.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a little more than a year ago at this point, but Bert was there for that, and then the crap at the fan, man.
Yeah.
Everything stopped.
And then the Buccaneers won the Super Bowl. That's your team.
This has been a really great year, man. Things are looking up and up.
Wow. All right. Well, listen, man, it's exciting news, and this whole thing with Mark Hamill it's just the coolest. So
it's unbelievable.
We'll hope that that filming goes well and everything runs its course, and hopefully we'll be talking to you soon, man. But we appreciate you checking in all the way from Serbia this morning.
Well, thank you guys. I love you guys. I really do. Thank
Likewise.
You very much.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right,
Talk
we
to you
love
guys
you.
later.
Bert Kreischer, guys. Thanks, man. Take care, bud.
That's awesome.
All right, so
Jesus.
wow,
So cool.
He's living the life, dude.
Now-
He's living the life, and I hadn't thought about that until you pointed that out, Steve.
Yeah.
That the world has gone to hell, and Bert Kreischer's is just on top of everything.
The pinnacle of his career.
Well, good for him. Hard to take an instrument
That's been around for so
give
long.
and give it a new sound, and that's what I think our next guest has done. And he comes loaded with accolades and is well vetted,
Just a bit,
in the world of jazz music. And I know that us being a rock station, you may not be familiar with him, which is why we want to have him on this morning. Turning you on to something, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Antonio Sanchez. Is here this morning. How are you, man?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Nice to meet you. My pleasure. It's wild. I'm nervous talking to you because we have two drum kits set up in here, and by the way, it's their idea that you and I play together, and we've done it a few times. We've had some pretty big names in the world of drums here. I've played against or with Mike Portnoy.
I like that.
Mike Portnoy, Questlove have done it, and but I'm
not
more intimidated in sitting down playing with you than either of those guys.
No, don't worry. I'll go really easy.
No, don't worry about it. I don't want to have a battle. I
It's
just want
not
to
a drum
jam
off.
with you.
It's a jam.
You, like me, I remember it was actually the look of drums themselves that first got my interest. I was like, what is that stuff? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and it
it's
just
gorgeous.
seemed, it seemed so cool to me. Now it's a royal pain in the ass because you got to lug that crap around and put it together. As Antonio was getting set up, I'm like, one of the burdens of being a drummer is having to set up the drum kit. You have people.
Memoir.
All right, we have bizarre file storage to share. Let's do it.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Horizon Services. You can book a tune-up for $59, lock in a spring AC tune-up for $39, and get a free safety inspection. Just visit horizonservices.com. A 64-year-old South Korean man set himself on fire after a dispute with a matchmaking agency that refused to arrange a marriage on his behalf. He doused himself with gasoline from a plastic bottle that he was carrying. The incident occurred during a heated conversation with an employee
That's a good one.
from the company which helps South Koreans arrange marriages with international partners. Police and fire departments responded to the incident. Authorities did not disclose the company's name and identified the man only as Mr. A.
He tried everything to set his love life on fire. Back to you, Ken.
The staff at the marriage agency attempted to throw water on the man and put out the fire.
How, does it say how many times, if any, he had attempted to just bring this issue to him? Or
I don't know.
Not even an email or an angry call?
He suffered third-degree burns to his face and body and remains unconscious. The police department added that it continues to investigate the incident. An initial police probe found that the agency refused to provide the man with a match because he had previously been married to a foreign woman. South Korean immigration laws prohibit applying for a second marriage visa for a foreign spouse within 5 years of receiving the first one. Acts of self-immolation are rare, but they do happen in South Korea from time to time.
Wouldn't it be magical if he fell in love with the person doing his skin grafts?
It would be, and it would have been destined
It would have been beautiful
to happen. Yes. An Italian couple has won a 2-decade-long court battle that invoked an international treaty signed after World War II in order to prove the acceptable volume of a toilet flush. This is 20 years.
20 years.
Going on. The ordeal started.
Keep fighting.
As a typical neighborhood quarrel, yet spanned nearly 2 decades and eventually made its way to Italy's highest
How come
court.
you got so much water in your toilet?
It all began in 2003 when 4 brothers built a new toilet in their apartment. The husband and wife living next door complained that the toilet was used frequently during the night and the flush was so loud that it woke them up each time.
It's a freaking nightmare.
The couple took their case to court, demanding a resolution of the noise problem and the payment of the damages, but the trial judge rejected their case.
I spent all night crying into my poop towel.
The couple decided to take their case to the appeals court of Genoa, triggering an inspection of the 2 flats that ultimately found in their favor. Investigators reported that they discovered a significant excess of 3 decibels over the standards required by legislation. The flush was too loud. The 4 brothers were required to change the WC flush location in the apartment and pay €500 euros per year, beginning from the toilet's installation in 2003. The four brothers ultimately decided to bring the flush case to the Court of Cassation, the highest court of appeal in Italy, but finally the High Court ruled in favor of the couple, considering the impact the flush had on their quality of life as an infringement of a right to respect one's private and family life.
So it sounds like one of those turbo flush toilets, you know?
I tell you what, man, the loudest toilets on the planet, I think, are airplane toilets.
Oh, they're pretty goddamn loud.
I mean, if you flush one of those, could you imagine that in the apartment next door if it was that loud? So who knows, man. This is messed up. A man was discovered dead Monday in a submerged, caged golf cart in a canal at a golf course in Indio, California.
Oh, so he's one of the guys who drives around like the driving range.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
The maintenance vehicle was submerged on its side of in a canal on the grounds of the Terra Lago golf course. A technical rescue had removed the cart. Firefighters extracted the vehicle and reported that the man perished at the scene. The cause of death was not stated, but more than likely he drowned.
Jesus.
According to a statement, this person was an employee of the Terra Lago golf course as he was traveling. He seems to have had some sort of accident that led to land him in the Coachella Canal. Cage golf carts are used to protect golf club staff from balls. The name of the victim was not yet released. Wow.
Can't call this one a hole-in-one.
That is a freak accident, big time. A beauty blogger, Kathy, claims she has a very unconventional way to save money on expensive cosmetics. She uses her friend's semen as face cream.
Oh, okay. No, all right.
Her friend.
I saw something similar, like on a reel or a TikTok or something like that.
Seminal fluid as a beauty cream?
Mm-hmm.
Kelly Zelansky, who's 26 years old and from New York, says...
Have you ever provided that service in your youthful days, Preston?
That she was first, I'm not going to comment, she was first inspired to use the bodily fluid after seeing a video online about how it contains nutrients and protein.
Well, it's online. It must be true.
She asked a friend if he would be her supplier and mixes the stuff with moisturizer for a smoother application, saying that it goes flaky as it dries.
Yeah.
And could be hard to keep up the supply if you're single.
Right.
And she documents this on TikTok. So
I saw this one, and if you remember, Press, I showed you a week or so ago the woman who was lip syncing the Golden Girls theme.
Yes.
She does a take on this, and that's where I saw this at first.
Are you telling me that's how the Golden Girls remained youthful?
Yes.
No, this one,
Are you semen?
Found this woman on TikTok. She had a really, really, really funny video, and then so I was like, all right, let me take a dive and see what else she's done. And she did something that this isn't her, but she did a take on that in her TikTok video.
Hi, I'm B. Arthur.
And then finally, this isn't traditional, but that doesn't really matter. Podcaster Rich Roll says that he lives in a home in California with his wife for nearly 20 years, Julie Piet. But the 55-year-old also says that he has been sleeping in a tent outside of his home for about 2 years.
Why?
And he explains in a YouTube video that the setup allows him to sleep better, connect with nature, and support a stoic practice. He also says his marriage is all good. The couple decided that it was a good idea after realizing they prefer different indoor temperatures and realizing how much better Roll felt after sleeping outdoors.
And I know she's safe because my brother's in there with her.
But that's like us sleeping in separate bedrooms from our wives. And this guy just took it a step further and he sleeps outside.
I could literally not sleep the way my wife sleeps. I would die.
Yep. So he's gone a little bit further.
All right.
All right, and that's it. That's what I got in the B file for you. Let us take a break and come back in a moment. Don't forget, Valerie Bertinelli will be joining us this morning, just a little over an hour from now. So I'm looking forward to talking to her. And some more stuff coming up. Stay with us. Do that for you now, I would imagine.
It's on occasion.
On occasion. But yeah, so you learned from the world of rock. So you came up with that music, and then at some point, jazz had to have caught your ear.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, basically, I was into Copeland, Neil Peart, John Bonham.
We've talked about this, Preston, that there's this impenetrable jazz wall that people they have a perception about it. And I love fusion jazz. I love Pat Metheny. I love and I love John Coltrane, and I love all the different. To talk about that improvisational thing, and people say, "Oh, it's too complex. I don't understand it." But I think in many ways it taps into the artist expressing themselves in a way that I think it can connect with you in a way that's maybe more profound than a lot of people think. Do you know what I'm saying? Because there seems to be this, a lot of people perceive it as, it's not my thing. But I think on a visceral level, you might find that it's a little bit more intense.
Well, the thing is, I hate when jazz is too brainy.
Yeah.
And when there's no really a story telling, when jazz doesn't really tells a story, it becomes really boring, and it just becomes about people just kind of showing off.
When you listen to fusion jazz and really intense, super duper fast swing and bebop and stuff like that, that the average ear, some of it, like, we don't know where you are. I don't know time-wise where you guys are, but you guys all do, and I find that fascinating. When I get lost in a song, and by that meaning I don't know where 1, 2, 3, 4 is, and all of a sudden you guys come back together and bang, you're right on top of it. It fascinates me. As a percussionist, I'm like, how the hell did they do that?
It's so cool. I think anyone can appreciate that.
But you can see how daunting that is to people who don't understand what you guys are doing, because it can sound like noise.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
But that's one of my main missions. And, Steve, you mentioned Pat Metheny. I've been playing with him for 18 years. So, one of the things I learned from him is to try to make things accessible. You don't have to be complicated for the sake of being complicated. And it's a lot about lyricism, about melody, and, about communicating something to the audience. If you're overly complicated just for the fact, just for the sake of complication, then you lose me as well.
A couple of drummer questions for you, going back to Stewart Copeland for a moment. One of the things Antonio does that caught my eye and ear is that he uses all of the voices of the drum kit that are available, and ones that you may not have heard before. And I'm talking about hitting the rims, hitting the shells, playing with your fingers, hands, and so on and so forth, and incorporating all that stuff. And going back to Stewart Copeland, is your affinity for rim knocks, does some of that come back from listening to Stewart growing up?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. He was the man for that. And then when I started playing Latin jazz, there's tons of that.
Okay. How about using, because the first thing that I found really, really interesting about, I just pulled up and it just said on YouTube, Antonio Sanchez drum solo. And I watched you, and you're playing along without setting the sticks down. You're also holding on the sticks and playing with your fingers on the snare drum and here and there. And it sounds like more than one drummer is playing at the same time, which I found really interesting. Is that a technique you just kind of stumbled across and decided to expand on, or did you get some influence from that?
Well, I studied quite a bit of percussion when I was at Berkeley as well, like congas and bongos and stuff like that, instruments that you play with your hands. And I just started incorporating it little by little as I was holding the sticks. And a lot of things as well I stumbled upon.
So this week, or last week even, when I knew you were coming in, I'm like, well, I better practice. I'm going to play with Antonio Sanchez. And I sat down to play a couple times, and I was just like, this is a waste of time. I'm just going to wait till he comes in here, and I will just do what I can.
He was in here early, by the way, before the show, banging away and trying to get up to speed. But, but it is what it is. It's all good.
But when someone is, when you were really into it, how much were you practicing a day? It had to have been a lot.
I was never the kind of guy that would practice like 7 hours, 8 hours a day. I saw a lot of those people at Berkeley, and I was like, oh man, I should practice more. And then I realized that I was playing way better than a lot of those guys because I thought, I was practicing in a smarter way.
Okay.
I was working on my weaknesses way more than my strengths.
Right.
And I would do like 3 hours a day, 4 hours a day.
What would you say to people who, because I tried really, really hard. I hunkered down, I practiced, I worked on it for hours at a time. But there is a thing as natural ability versus effort. Yeah. And you can work as hard as you can, but sometimes, listen, otherwise everybody would be hitting a home run every single time out of the park if they could do it.
Right.
There's some people that have more of an ability. If you find yourself plateauing, technique-wise, ability-wise, and it frustrates you, is there anything that you would give as advice to people as to, Don't give up.
To me, the most important thing, I mean, I always say that a technique without concept is like giving a machine gun to a kid.
Okay.
You know, it's a very powerful weapon that if you don't know how to use it, you're just going to injure other people around you, you know, with your lack of musicality.
Yeah.
So to me, it's always go back to the music. What is musical? You know, sometimes you hear this term, oh, he's such a musical drummer.
Yeah.
What does that mean? That he plays with taste. You never say, oh, he's such a musical piano player.
Right.
Because it's understood that musicians play music. And a lot of times drummers are not musicians. There's just drummers that bang away at the instrument.
You and I are going to play together.
Okay.
Here's what I'd like to do. We jam a little bit.
All right.
And then I want you to show me something stupid. So, or something awesome, because we got to get a taste of.
All right, so
sounds good.
Sashay on over there. Preston's ambling on over, and Antonio's getting in place. And we have two drum kits here, side by side.
Hey. I am so nervous. I'm shaking a little bit.
Antonio, do you know how to play Wipeout? Can you play Wipeout?
Stop it.
I never did, but we can.
Why don't you want to like trade 8? I'll start a beat and we can trade 8 on a little soloing or something like that?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, who's going to start first so we know?
Well, we'll start together.
All right. Oh, you start. Oh, okay.
Well, you know what? Here's the deal. I'll play a rhythm, and Antonio will sync up with me because he may start playing something I can't play.
Yeah.
So let me start.
That's probably inevitable.
Okay.
Yeah.
So and then at some point I'll do like a little 8-beat riff, and then he'll do it, and we'll figure it out, right?
Yeah.
All right.
You'll figure it out.
All right. I don't know what to do.
right,
That's
so
awesome.
I'm sorry, I have to say, man, come on, what are you talking about? You sound great.
See?
Yeah.
So Chuck was standing back here, and he goes, he points at Preston. He goes, he's a rock drummer, and then he points at you, Antonio. He goes, he's a jazz drummer. He said there was a difference, and so I can't tell. I'm not a drummer. I can't tell the between the.
Yeah. Well, to begin with, the sound of the drums is very different. You know, yours are tuned like a rock kid.
Yep.
But man, your time is really good.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
That's, you see?
I appreciate
You beat yourself up for nothing. Listen to the man. He knows what he's talking about.
I don't even know what just happened and what I just watched, but the beats and your hands going at different times and your feet going at different times, it was amazing.
Well, but Kathy, and that speaks to why you need to go see. You need to go see in person, at the Ardmore, because it's obviously it's something that it's to see it and see it performed live is a wholly other thing. You appreciate it, hearing it, but seeing it is a whole other realm.
Yeah, well, I think seeing like a really good musician doing what they do live is like going to see an amazing, sports person.
Yeah.
Is the only place where you can actually see somebody do that at that level. So I think it's really interesting.
Can I ask, and I don't know if this, listening, and Preston, obviously was going on about the Birdman soundtrack and everything. Were there any things that jump out for your composition for the movie that you're super proud of? Anything you could sort of demonstrate for us? Was there any sort of thing that you created or a passage or something that you were especially proud of?
I mean, to me, the most amazing thing about having been part of that project is that I only had the drums to do everything that I needed to do.
Was that per your idea, or did the director himself?
No, the director.
Okay.
The director was, because he's a drum fan. He was a big Pat Metheny fan, actually.
Right.
And he's the one that really wanted just drum set. So I had to figure out different ways of making the drums sound completely different.
To give them different shades of character.
And So that was one of the most interesting things about the whole project. Just the research I had to do to get different sounds out of the drums.
And Antonio, I know about the how you recorded that, Steve. They didn't film it and show Antonio the scenes as he was playing along. Can you tell him how they did it?
Yeah, it was a really unorthodox way of doing it, because they sent me the script, and Iñárritu, the director, wanted already some tracks before they started shooting. So we did the whole movie just off of the script.
Without ever seeing any imagery, you're just going off the written words.
So he would just sit in front of me, and I would ask him, this is a very long scene.
Some more texts coming in concerning snow. Yes, Telford, Rilfo, snowing pretty good in Quakertown by Lake Nockamixon. Some snow in Skippack, in Glenmore. It's insane. I don't know what we're going to do. Hey, you know what? I do have a question, real quick, if you don't mind, concerning snow. And listen, we're just getting a dusting this time around. But, Steve, you had said earlier this morning, I'll take winter. I'll take this all winter long.
Yes.
And I'm with you, too. But you also added, except for the snowplow guys, hopefully you'll get out and get some work and get a lot of snow. Well, I was curious about the snowplow guys because when you get, parking lots and shopping centers and so on, and businesses, accounts. They will pay you to make sure that's taken care of. But what if you get one of those things where it keeps on snowing? Do they just clear it once and then, hey, we came and did it?
Oh, no, I think they have to come back.
They got to come back. And
you get a contract, and you are responsible for clearing it. You have a fee that is your contract fee, and the understanding is whenever it snows, you come and clear that parking lot. That's my understanding.
Oh, Mr. Plow, that's my name. That name again is Mr. Plow.
So you should only take on so many jobs if you know what I mean? Because if you get a really bad snow, you're going to be working for 2 days straight.
This is literally my youngest brother's job. This is what he does. He manages landscaping crews. He used to live here, and now he lives out in Colorado. And they had an ice storm last night. And so this is exactly. I called him on the way home from the Sixers game last night, Preston. He was managing the crews that were out. They can get incentive. They can get paid more if they take on more lots. And so there is incentive for staying out there the entire night. However, you're not necessarily obligated to do so.
All right. Well, somebody texted and said contractors are per inch.
I think it depends on the contract.
Is that right?
And it also it depends on the parking lot. It depends on who is, if it's like an individual account, they might not pay, for every inch that you plow.
Right. Because I know that they, for example, a guy I knew who took care of a particular industrial park. a number of businesses, there was a flat seasonal fee. Yeah. And he was just, he would go and clear it for them.
It's the same crew that'll come out in the spring and the summer to do other stuff.
By the way, if there's less snow in a season, he'll still get paid the same amount.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, here's a text says, we just got 3 feet of snow in Marlton. It's pandemonium.
Oh, wow. That's shocking.
Yeah,
Isolated.
It says, one giant sheet all at once, devastation everywhere. And another one I liked, it says, it's snowing in Canada.
Son of a bitch, it's coming down like crazy.
Yeah, let me get a call here, too. I'm going to go to Kevin. Hey, Kevin, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, what's up, dude?
So I'm a snowplower guy. I'm actually in Skipback right now, and it just started snowing.
Okay.
So to answer your question, it pretty much is under contract. So we'll go out once. If there's more snow on the ground, chances are we'll go back out and do it again. It is per contract, though, as far as my company goes.
Okay.
It's per contract.
You're saying it can change from contract to contract. In one case, it might be per inch. In another one, it's sort of a flat fee for the season. Is that right?
Absolutely correct. Okay. Now, right now, we're not supposed to get that much snow. So, liability-wise, I have to go out and salt all our commercial properties.
So what you're also getting paid for now is the pre-treatment of a lot, and so that's part of your job.
Correct.
All right, cool, man. Thank you.
I find something bizarrely romantic, and that's kind of cool. Like I was always enamored of the idea of the interstate trucker and out on the road and with me and my monkey.
So this is like a Bruce Springsteen out playing all night long.
Right,
about it. Yeah.
When I was doing when I was driving all over the country when I was doing stand-up, I'd be me and interstate truckers all night.
Yeah, hitting the road,
driving on into the dark.
Yeah,
I'd love to do it.
Plowing snow all night long.
Putting down pre-treatment.
Yeah,
signing contracts.
I just wouldn't want to drive that giant truck.
Using my poop towel.
Poop towel.
You just want a giant truck?
No, I don't want to. I don't want to drive a giant truck.
Well, can you put? Is there a plow unit for your Vespa?
Probably. We can probably figure something out. I haven't brought it up in a while, and you guys always poo-poo the idea, but I would just want to drive across the country. I want to be able to do it and get paid for it. And so you guys should send me.
But that's the part. I'm like, what? Nobody's keeping you from driving across the country.
Well, yes, you guys are, because I want to be able to do it and do a travel log for the show and call in every morning.
Right, hey guys, do it while you're on vacation.
I'm in Kansas right now.
Yeah, and everyone here speaks English.
Right.
Steve, just getting back to the plowing thing, my brother, when he was doing that, there would be winters where he would make a lot of money. Like he'd make enough money in the winter to cover his rent for the entire year. Other winters, obviously, that wouldn't always happen. But he has shifted from being out on the road to managing the crews now, and it's, for him, so much better. Like,
so would there be, for example, is the difference between the greeter at a restaurant and the waitress, is there a difference in potential money take that he has his position?
He probably makes less money now than he used to being out on the road in a particularly snowy winter, but he can also manage the crews from his home, sitting at his desk with a computer and phone in front
there's
of him.
the trade-off.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to Nick, because this is how he works. Hey, Nick, good morning.
Hey, good morning, you guys. How are you?
Good. What's up, buddy?
So, going off the contracts and stuff, I run a private LLC for my plow business, me and my pop. So, we actually give our contract and we let them know that we charge per every 4 inches. So if it hits 5 inches, they automatically get charged for the next 4 inches, whether it snows 5 to 8 inches, regardless.
So the second it breaches the 4-inch mark, you're adding on the cost for another full 4 inches.
Yeah, so it's basically, we call it's another push is what we call it. So we do that. We also do the pre-treatment with salting as long as it's not raining, because then it would be just a complete waste. It would wash it away.
Right. All right, so Nick, the theory behind that, I guess, is the more snow, the more work it takes, the more times you might, or the longer it might take, correct?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's been days where we've been out for 16 hours straight going through at least 2 gallons of coffee between the both of us.
Dude, I love that 4 inches case. Then technically I'm 8 inches.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so if it goes up to 2 pushes and everything like that, we actually ran out of room in one of our parking lots to the point where we couldn't do anything and the business had to close because we had nowhere to put the snow.
Nick, do you understand when I say about that? Like, there is a certain sort of cool I think, aspect to that. I mean, anytime you're sort of in control of what you're doing, and do you enjoy this as your line of occupation? Do you actually
absolutely.
enjoy? Okay, yeah. I mean, I know it sounds kind of weird to say it, but I think there's some sort of charm to that.
Yeah, it's an absolute blast because we only do it in the winter. We're not contractors or anything like that. Like we just do it because it's good money on the winter months.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
But, it's a blast because sometimes you wake up and it's like this huge, massive amount of snow. You're like, okay, now you can see the green rolling in.
Ka-ching! Yeah, totally. Yeah,
ka-ching,
yeah,
absolutely.
You're right.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Nick. It's weird to be in a situation where what everyone else hates is absolutely perfect for you.
Yeah.
I mean, like for us, commercials are a good thing. Commercials are a great thing.
Apple time.
And most people are, well, I mean, and it's money.
Yeah.
It's money coming in. That's how we make money. It's the only way the radio makes money is through commercials. And so that's a great thing. Do you care for them? Not so much because it takes away from, the
Though
program.
you should. They should mean
They're
everything
wonderful.
to you.
Listen, I know.
Do you understand what I'm saying now, people?
I follow you. But there are people that make their money off of things that other people hate. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's kind of interesting.
this would be a perfect example of that. But when you go like hot spit.
Hot spit.
Yeah.
All right, so interesting. I was curious how that works, and apparently there's a couple different payment methods. So, Steve, you had mentioned something that made me think of this particular story as well, because you said interstate truck drivers.
Yes, I have a bizarre fascination with that lifestyle, and I would get my monkey. I would name him the Bear.
The Bear, of course.
And I would drive around with him.
I have a story here. Hang on, I have to find it. Where the hell did it go? They're essentially they are going to allow teenagers to be interstate truck drivers.
Oh my God!
So because we are now at a shortage, I think it's on the order of 80,000 truckers. We're down, and obviously there are issues with supply chain stuff and getting things to where they need to get to. So they are relaxing some of the age restrictions. So
What
you
were
could
the age
conceivably,
restrictions?
well, now you could be. I think 18 and up, you can.
21 is where it was,
and now it's 18,
and
right?
now it's and this is to drive from state to state.
Right. Interstate trucking.
So you could cross state lines. Before that, if you were 18 to 20, you couldn't cross the state line.
Okay.
So that's they wanted to help ease the supply chain blockages, like Steve had said. It's a pilot program. And it would screen the teens, barring any with driving while impaired violations or traffic tickets from causing a crash.
Well, that would be the same for anybody, right? An adult, anybody, they're going to use the same restrictions that they would use. That's the only thing that would forbid them from doing that. And there is apparently some sort of federal program, teaching program or something like that they're funding out to the various trucking schools. You remember those commercials you used to see all the time?
Yeah.
Become a trucker.
Yeah.
And earn big money. Drive the big rigs.
Yeah.
Safety advocates say the program runs counter to data showing that younger drivers get in more crashes than older ones. They say it is unwise to let teenage drivers be responsible for rigs which can weigh 80,000 pounds and cause catastrophic damage when they hit lighter vehicles.
Well, that's why this new method of texting is easier, where you can keep the hand down on the button while you're transporting that 80,000 pounds. And texting, you can be a little safer.
Yeah.
Would you like that, Kathy, if Jace's first vehicle was an 18-wheeler?
I can't imagine that this is going to go over well. Well, Preston, you have an 18-year-old, right?
I have a 19-year-old.
A 19. Could you imagine him driving a truck?
No.
Well, one of your Parker is a delivery.
No, he's 21, but he delivers for Amazon,
and he's enjoying it.
And I was even a little nervous about that. And that's just a really large van.
Yeah.
But you're out driving a larger vehicle all day long, and I was like, a little concerned, but he's killing it. He's doing great.
I'll tell you what, I think people sometimes get dismissive of that. That is a science and an art unto itself. Really good truck drivers who can keep that stuff on the road and safe and deliver it on time. The men and women are heroes who do that stuff.
Dude, you ever try backing in a trailer?
Oh my! No, I did a boat trailer, and I was actually really good at it. And that's where it would stop. I would never attempt to, like, the guys, the Origlio drivers who pull the trucks in and out of the Camp Out for Hunger.
Yeah.
Holy hell.
I mean, we when I was at Y100 with you guys, I would drive the Cherry Coke van from time to time. I did that a couple of summers in a row because on the back of the Cherry Coke van, there was essentially it was like a video game trailer. And I had to back that thing, and it's like
you've got to wire your brain to know when you're trailing.
Yeah.
When you have a trailer, for example,
it goes opposite.
I'm like, I'm just going to pull through instead of like trying backing this thing in. I can't do it.
So we had a long driveway, Preston. We had my father at one point got a 17-foot runabout, a small boat, a trailerable boat, and so. It wasn't even a finished driveway. It was just 2 strips of cement for the tires up a hill, and that's the only way you could back it into the garage, and that's the only way it would fit backed into the garage, and so you had to get good at it. But I remember, there were a hill on one side. It could have easily gone off, but by hook or crook, you had to get good at it, and that was pretty damn good. But you have to get to the point where your reflexive response is to go the opposite way.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because that's the only way it's going to work.
I'm really curious as to see when the more like vehicles become driverless or the ability to do it that way, how that'll affect the trucking industry. Because you would think that at the very minimum they would want to keep somebody in the cab, to do what that person does. But it might help with safety issues. It might help with like sleep issues.
It certainly could, and there's certainly issues that go with it. What's a big revelation or a big advance in this is the switching from the standard transmissions, to like for the bus drivers now. I think aren't all the buses basically now automatic transmissions? Yeah.
Yeah. Hang on, let me go to Eric. Hi, Eric. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, bud?
Hey, so teens driving tractor trailers is one of the dumbest ideas I think ever.
All right, are you a driver?
Yeah, I'm a tractor trailer driver. I have a CDLA.
Yep.
All my endorsements, hazmat, tanker, all that. And so I got my license at 24. And even at 24, like the amount of like there's a certain amount of brain development that just doesn't happen until you're 25 or older. There's just I can't imagine nowadays with all the phones and technology and everyone being on their phone. An 18-year-old driving, like I've talked with other CDL drivers, and they're like, this is going to cause so many accidents. So many people are going to probably die.
Well, Eric, I mean, the concerns have been voiced, and a lot of people that agree with you. Some others I heard say that the curating process and the selection process would only allow those who are able to do it through. I don't know, but a lot of people are saying. People are saying what you're saying as well, that it just seems to be a bad idea.
Yeah, I mean, so as an 18-year-old, especially if you're not into drugs or not into any kind of bad stuff, what kind of selection process could it do besides, regular background check, drug tests, traffic stuff? So there really isn't, I don't really know of any kind of, how crazy are you on the road? And, right now it's snowing. So 80,000 pounds, you need a good 3 football fields in front of you to stop a full tractor trailer. And the thing is, especially in traffic, people get antsy and impatient. So you end up being really, really close to the car in front of you. And in a truck, you just can't do that because you hit the brakes and nothing happens.
Dude, when I see, and Eric, you made me just think of this. There's a point at, I think it's Henry, or I forget exactly where it is, maybe Allen's Lane and Ridge, where you'll see trucks come around that, and Preston, they have to sweep out so far and then come in and miss the car in the opposing lane by inches.
It's amazing.
To get that truck in down that lane. It's like, oh, no.
By the way,
that's not for me.
In a car, stop at that white line, man.
That's what it means.
Stop at that white line, or you're going to end up with that truck in your front seat. Hey, Eric, do you guys still use CB radios? Do truckers actually use those?
So there are some. So I've driven cross country. The cross country drivers, they do have them. Some of them do, but it's going away in a way.
Okay.
That was basically before when there was no cell phone coverage. And people didn't have cell phones. So there would be actually stations in people's homes where they have a big antenna, and they would connect to connect to everybody that way. So not really anymore.
So it's more talking one-on-one than out into the ether and seeing who's out there to talk to.
Right. If I was in the I mean, nowadays, so like if I'm at a truck stop and there's like someone holding up a line, like you'll hear a whole bunch of usually they're older guys like really angry and like all sorts of cuss words and stuff. Like that's really what it is nowadays.
Okay.
People
All right.
venting. Yeah.
All right, thanks, Eric. Appreciate it, man.
Do you think, Preston,
guys.
as things advance, that we'll see real dolls replacing lot lizards?
Lot lizards, yeah. They just leave them in little rentals.
Like a horse share.
I want to go to Chris. Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Hey, bud. Says here you're a 30-year truck driver.
That's right. I've been out here for a long time, and you guys were talking about that trucker shortage. While I agree with what Eric said about the younger guys, there's a lot of judgment that you got to learn out here and handling and so forth and so on. And I don't know. I think back to when I was 18. I couldn't have done it.
Yeah.
No, that's very honest. It's very candid, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but as far as the shortage goes, you know, that they've been saying that for 25 plus years at least, maybe the full 30 I've been out here. I don't know. I don't see a shortage of drivers. I see an excess, actually.
Oh,
well, I hope that's the case, man. I hope that you know that what you're saying is true. Let me ask you, Chris, with all those years of driving, have you ever had a situation that was a life or death where, you know, we had brakes burn out or something like that, or had to use one of those runoffs that you see along the sides of the interstate highways?
I have not. About back in 2007, I wrecked a fully loaded gas tanker.
Oh,
what happened?
Tell the story.
That was a high pucker factor kind of thing.
Where were you?
Well, it was about a little after midnight, and it was raining. I pulled through a traffic light, and there was a boulder. It was the weirdest thing.
Jesus.
There was a boulder in the middle of the road that another truck had dragged out of a parking lot. But because it was nighttime and raining, you couldn't see it. It blended in with the road.
Oh, my God.
And about 30 miles an hour, I lost my steering and went off the side of the road. And
what was the size of the boulder? I mean, was it like the size of a Volkswagen Beetle, or?
Well, it was the kind that you would see in a parking lot that they put in.
Okay.
Like a big decorative boulder.
Or one that keeps cars from
yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa. It got tangled up inside of another truck's wheels, and he drug it around the parking lot and out onto the highway.
And you were loaded with fuel.
I was loaded with gasoline on my way to a Wawa to make a delivery. Actually.
Oh my God! So what do? You crash, runs off the road. You got to make sure nothing's on fire, right?
Well, the first thing is after you get your mind settles down in 15, 20 seconds is I hear leaking or something like that. We're trained, you know, you have to do something to stop the leak. And luckily, the tank didn't rupture. Everything stayed safe that way. What ruptured was the fuel tank on the truck.
Wow.
So, we carry spill mats and things like that, and try to keep the contamination and spill to as minimum as possible until first responders get there.
And I guess if you guys have a fire extinguisher, but that's about it as far as any kind of putting out a flame goes, right?
That would be correct. And, you know, we carry the little 10-pounders in all the trucks. That's a federal regulation.
It's not gonna put out a fuel truck fire.
Wow.
Let me ask you.
They don't go real far.
Is there something on those trucks, or say you are transporting fuel or something that could go up? Is there something like a dump switch that allows you to immediately, you know, pump it out or get it away or drain it quickly or something like that?
There is nothing like that, and depending on what you're hauling, you wouldn't want to do that because you create an environmental catastrophe.
Yep.
Yes, but if it saves your clothes, no, I hear you. Yeah, absolutely. I was just wondering if there was any sort of situation in which something like that could be used.
Because they have that in airplanes.
In airplanes, that's what I was thinking of the correlation case.
Wow. Never that I've seen.
All right, man.
All right, Chris.
Wow.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
All right,
Have
we'll
a
see
good day.
Here's a text says, drive Class A. Was a regional driver, delivered all over the East Coast. When I was training for my first job, asked my trainer about a CB radio. Said he got rid of it.
Yeah.
Oh, he got rid of it. The only talk he ever heard was guys asking where the lot lizards were.
I didn't have a Class A, but I drove a Jack A for a while.
Jack A.
When it started up.
I want to go to Bob. Bob, good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. What's up, Bob? What's going on, man?
my thought is, I was a truck driver for close to 30 years. I drove straight trucks, Class B, all kinds of stuff. You name it, I delivered it. Anyway, if you can take an 18-year-old kid, train him to handle a rifle, send him to a foreign country, and trust his judgment on who to kill and who not to kill, you could probably train him how to drive a truck.
I think that's a fair point. Yeah. So you're coming from both. You have the experience of the truck driver. What was your situation at 18? Would you have trusted an 18-year-old Bob to do what you did for 30 years?
Well, I started driving when I was 20, and I had my ups and downs. But you learn. You learn from guys with more experience. And like I said, I made mistakes, but you learn.
All right.
And not every, there are a lot of 18-year-olds out there that are more mature than 30-year-olds. There are guys that drove for 20, 30 years that I'd rather see them off the road,
Let me ask you, Bob, how do you make sure you're getting a clean lot lizard?
Yeah.
There's no such thing.
There's no such thing, is there? All right.
You rub them down with hand sanitizer.
That's how
right,
you have
Bob.
to actually treat them.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. It's interesting. So,
well, Nick just brought up, if we're talking about the autonomous trucks, Preston, on the road, will that kill that industry of the lot lizard, or will robots take over?
Robots are
of the lot lizard?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
What if there's like robot lot lizards that will bang the cars?
Yeah,
with
right,
the trucks,
exactly.
I mean, like the sex industry always finds a way to stay vital.
Yes.
So you would think that lot lizard, they would just adapt. They find a new.
That's what Jeff Goldblum says in Jurassic Park. Lot lizards find a way.
Lot lizards find a way.
Think about whores that work in primarily truck stops. They find a way. Look, I'm going to pour this seminal fluid.
No, that's
Sorry,
the wrong one,
wrong
Casey.
thing, man.
He meant to put
the
I
music.
did Jurassic Park, but anyway, let's do this one instead.
There we go.
There we go. It's beautiful.
Yes.
The great John Williams, everybody.
Yes. All right. Well, listen, I want to take a break because we've got a guest coming up in a little bit. We're going to talk to Miss Valerie Bertinelli.
Yeah.
She's got a memoir out, and we'll dive into that a little bit. And obviously, we got to talk about Wolfgang because he's
great.
He played the MMR, but he's fantastic. Coming back to town with Dirty Honey. So we'll break, and we'll come back in just a moment. Make sure you hang in there with us. We'll be right back.
So I would ask him to explain the scenes to me, and then he would just raise his hand whenever he would see the next phase of the scene happening in his head, so that I would get the timing right.
Yeah.
So then he was just sitting in front of me, and I would just be improvising, and then he would raise his hand, and I would think, okay, somebody opened the door.
Wow.
And then
That's
I would play an
crazy.
accent and then keep playing. So we did the whole movie like that.
Yeah.
It was really cool. And then they superimposed those
passages.
tracks, on the rough cut of the film. Then they showed me what they did, and then we redid a lot of the things.
You sort of shorted up.
Yeah, and this time looking at the film.
Huh.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, that's why you have that it has such a jazz feel to it.
Yep.
Yeah, even
Absolutely.
cinematically.
Hey, Press, we only have a couple of more minutes if you wanted to.
I want to get, if you don't mind, if you wouldn't mind doing a little improv for us real quick.
Yeah,
Just
sure.
Antonio Sanchez. Here we go. Oh my God!
Holy hell! That's freaking amazing!
Oh my God! I'm telling you. This guy brings out voices of the drums you've never heard before. That squeaking at the end there.
I thought something had fallen because he was kind of reaching down, but you went underneath the drum?
He was playing with the snares. Yeah, and also hitting not only the hi-hat with the edges of the sticks, but the snare drum with the butt of the sticks at the same time.
Playing the whole drum. That's massively
unique.
impressive.
Oh my God.
Unbelievable.
Thanks for having me.
You kidding me? It's an honor of mine. Thank you so much
My
for being
pleasure,
here.
man. Thank
Ladies
you.
and gentlemen, Antonio Sanchez. Thanks for being here, Antonio.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, guys.
And this, and then the next thing.
Okay, what is the next thing?
The next thing is there's another Philadelphia legend.
I don't see the phone line.
He's zooming.
Yeah, we're zooming.
Oh my God! All right, real quick, you have about 3 minutes left to enter the word flowers for the money clip. So you got to do that now. Flowers. And that we will get a winner a little bit of $500. Yes, he's a Philadelphia legend, and we love him. Going to be performing on Saturday, yeah, at the Hard Rock in Atlantic City. And I'm telling you, I told you I got a Twitter alert this morning that he was tweeting about us. And it was ridiculously early. We hadn't even started the show. It was like 5:30 this morning.
Yeah.
So I don't know what he's doing up at that hour. But ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Mr. Bob Saget is joining us.
Preston, Steve, I don't know what to say. And to hear 5 people applaud in the morning makes me feel like I'm on South Park. It's so good. I am so stupid. I got up as I do at my elderly age to go to the bathroom. And I said, hey, you know what? I'll tweet the show. That'll be great. And then I put, I'll be on at 7 a.m. because that's LA time. And I forgot that there is a time difference.
Yes, but I was shocked. So that would have been we would have been up at like 2 o'clock in the morning doing that this morning.
Yeah,
2:30 in the
I
morning.
watched the movie Mank last night because I wanted to know how good Hollywood used to be.
All right, let me ask you, Bob.
I just couldn't sleep. How are you guys doing? How are you?
We're doing well. And I wanted to ask you, by the way, because it's a story of Mankiewicz, who wrote the screenplay for it. Not to go off on this tangent.
No,
but,
I love I am tangents.
Are you? I contend a lot of people, when they finally see Citizen Kane, they get dismissive of it. It is a masterpiece, is it not? It is worth.
I believe it is.
Okay,
I believe it is.
And
it did a
Saget's
lot for snow globes. It was and sleds. Sleds went up.
Were those the tchotchkes they sold for the?
That was the merch right out in the Grauman's Chinese Theater.
So all the radio stations in the area, they got snow globes and
they got snow globes and rosebud sleds.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
I can't think of a lot of other RKO pictures except for 2 more that Orson Welles made after that. But
but
that has nothing to do. And you got to talk to my friend Bill Burr this morning, who is going to be where I'm going to be Saturday. He's going to be there in September, and he's one of my favorite people on the planet.
Well, he was being very humble about. Casey had mentioned that he's kind of in that top. Upper echelon of
he's
Bob
in the
Saget range.
Yeah, but he doesn't.
I would put him higher than me, and he would also.
Most people would, Bob.
I was actually talking to him. He was over my house. I'm sorry, you were going to say something about Bill. Go ahead. Just how great he is.
Yeah, no,
I was just going to say, he won't. He doesn't accept that he's at that level, which is healthy, I think, for somebody in the entertainment industry, in any industry, to realize that you can always be better and so on. But he was kind of humble about that.
Yes,
that response.
self-deprecating.
But he's one of the best, man.
He is one of the best, and I was there. I was on before at the Twitter Center in Camden when he had that Opie and Anthony virus set.
Oh,
that
it's
people
legendary!
booed.
Yeah,
I was standing backstage. I was standing next to Jeff Wills, the head of Live Nation Comedy. I was under the monitor and watching it. And I'm going, "This has gone great." And I said, "This is amazing. This is exactly what I would do if I was going to get booed." But I had a sweet spot in the show, like right in the middle.
Yeah.
So by then they got tired of booing people. It was kind of what we call herds now. It wasn't a herd, it was just booers. And he got off stage in a cold sweat. He said, "Did you see that? That was terrible." I said, "Bill, you literally just made history. That video is going to roll forever."
I saw you. I think you're on Rogan describing the whole situation, and that like the comedians all actually something that was promising to be so cool and fraternal turned out to be a nightmare, like Platoon. And you said in that moment he secured his legend by and the fact that he was dissecting everything that we hold dear, and you could win over an audience by throwing it back in their face was just an amazing thing.
He roasted them in the way that roasts. Well, it was cruel what he did, but roasts used to be meant not to be televised, not to be recorded. They were recorded, some of them, but they, when I was roasting on Comedy Central, that should not have been televised. That should have been just for a bunch of people that want to hear that kind of language, because it was, it crossed the line. It was on after 11 or 12.
Sure.
When clips run out of context now, it's, but Bill basically said the worst things you could about my hometown people in my loving Philly. And it was hilarious because he was unrelenting. He would go 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes. I'm doing all 15. You deserve it. And what I was going to say was he was over my house. We were smoking a cigar not long ago because that's the best way to get COVID. So we wanted to try that. And we're sitting there talking. And I said, I'm going to be 65 in May, Bill. And, it's so interesting. I got a lot of things starting for me now. I'm going to direct a movie later in the year. I was just in a movie. And it's things, I haven't even done what I came here to do yet. And he looked at me. He exhaled smoke and he said, well, you better effing hurry up. Like I said, I'm not dying, man. I mean, I know Norman Lear. He's not.
You're just looking for a nice little exchange with a friend and a heart to heart, and he basically says you're about to die.
Yeah, telling him that I've got all this great work I'm about to do that I've never done. Because what I share with Bill is the love of stand-up. What I share with everybody, all the people that do it for the right reasons. And it's been hard on a lot of comedians that haven't been able to even make a living, but I'm very fortunate, and Bill is on fire. In fact, I've got to leave and put him out. But Bill is, because he played a firefighter in Pete's movie, but that makes no sense. See, it's not always good.
Well, let me tell you this. I will tell you this, and everyone wants to ask you a question, but I will tell you this. I think things, you mentioned COVID and all that stuff. The things that everyone is sort of looking for as those flags that we're returning to normalcy. Rock concerts and music and stand up and going out to see stuff like that, live shows, and that's at the heart of what was so crippling for the comedians and musicians. And I feel, obviously you're proof positive as we're promoting your gig that we're turning around now.
First thing, I didn't know I was positive. I was told I was tested negative, but thank you, and I'm glad I heard it from you on the air. But I am beyond thrilled. I have had 2 injections. I had them in my butt.
Yeah.
I actually did the drive-through. So I just
put your ass
stuck it out the window. Yeah, I did the whole thing. And there was a different cheek for each dose of the Moderna. But I'll just go on more about that. So what happened was I really know when to stop, don't I? Anyway, but to go back and to be able to perform, and it's not going to be loaded with people, they have to do the CDC guidelines.
Sure.
So people are going to wear masks, and it's going to probably be half or less, a third. I don't know what the thing is. We're doing 2 shows. My buddy Mike and I have toured for 10 years, and he's doing really well, but we're on tour again because I haven't been this excited to do stand-up, I don't think, ever.
That's great.
Ever, because they need it and I need it, and I get to make people laugh, and I'll be able to hear them through a mask,
Yeah. So, Bob, in the world of social media, when you're posting on Twitter and Instagram, and you're posting these photos, you always have to be aware of what's going on in the background, because people like to zoom in and you left the toilet dispenser out, and or whatever. But now you're doing these Zoom interviews, and clearly you've given your background a lot of thought as well, and we've been doing this with other Zoom interviews.
Right.
So I'm noticing the stuff that is neatly placed on the desk behind you, and I'm wondering if over your right shoulder, is that a Batmobile? I can't really figure out what's going on all the way over.
It looks like one, but yes, you know what? I think it is. It is. Yes, it is.
Oh.
I would go get it, but I'm wired to the computer. So,
so Steve,
if I leave, I drag the whole damn setup off the thing. But on the other shoulder is Rodney Dangerfield, a gold. That is an award from the UCLA Brain society, not society. It's not a society of brain people. It's the brains. It's the secret brain club.
They're like the aliens from Mars Attacks.
Yeah, exactly. It's Mars Attack people. But it's actually was given to me by the people that run the brain ward in the brain center at which is redundant because the brain. Anyway, you're right. You were right earlier. Tangents are not a good thing. I really should have listened when we started. But that was awarded to me by Joan Danger.
WMMR.
Thanks, guys. We've got about 15 minutes before Valerie Bertinelli will be joining us. So we got some time to talk about something. I had some odds and ends if you want to.
Oh, really?
A little bit. That's the proprietor, right? Yeah, odds and ends.
Found ourselves with a little bit of time before we talked to Valerie Bertinelli. So why not take a walk over to the general store and see what proprietor Preston Elliott has on the shelves? Not a lot, because there's not a lot of deliveries these days. We're teaching teenagers to drive big rigs.
That's right. So this product just came in. You guys are going to love this.
Oh, I love it. Baby. Is this an unboxing video?
It is a rejuvenating face mask. Do you use face masks, Kathy, from time to time?
Or do you just do the semen thing like we mentioned?
No, stop. I don't do that.
This one isn't gross.
Yes, I will, Preston.
Okay, so we use them at our house from time to time.
Are these like the ones that you refrigerate?
No, not that. But you can put these masks on and you leave them on for like 5 or 10 minutes.
You do it?
Take them off. I have. It's tough with the beard. I can't do it now. But we get some. There are different types you can get that look different. Have a certain pattern on them or whatever. So anyhow, now they have made one. Oscar Mayer has announced that it is partnered with a Korean beauty company called Soul Mamas to create a face mask for anyone who remembers the days as a kid when you would bite holes for the eyes and a mouth in a slice of bologna and then held it up in front of your face or you slapped it right on it.
You know, they paid tribute to this in the beginning of Mean Girls when she's going through the cafeteria and they're showing all the different groups. Yeah. And one of the guys is bitten the hole through the thing. For his mouth. Yeah, the whole damn deal.
There you go.
Yeah.
You would do that, really and then the bugles, you'd pretend like it was a little horn.
Oh, and then Pringles would be duck lips.
Duck lips, yeah. There's all kinds of things that you can play with food and make.
Do you use
bologna was one of them.
Do you use like a standard mat? Do you put like an ointment or something, or do you use an actual mat?
No, like I'll use the same thing Preston is talking about. But Preston, Steve is right. You can put them in the refrigerator. I put mine in the fridge.
Okay.
And it sort of just gives it like an added cooling effect.
Okay. Yeah, and will reduce inflammation and stuff like that. Yeah. So, but these look like bologna. This is a great idea.
Great.
The masks are with a hydrating and restoring hydrogel that promotes skin elasticity, improves hydration and moisture retention, and offers other anti-inflammatory benefits and provide protection for the skin as well. Yeah.
I also have like you can just do the under eye or whatever. But, last year, I got these iced blue balls for my face.
Oh, my God.
Start that sentence over again real quick.
They're amazing, though. They really are.
I'd like to purchase some iced blue balls for my face.
Well, okay, you're going to have to describe it.
Wait, you know
Extra
what?
wrinkles.
I might be able to pull up a picture. So it's
I can show you a video.
They're glass balls with they each have a handle on them. You put them in the refrigerator. They have water inside them or some sort of substance. This is it on our screen.
Okay.
So same thing, and then you just rub them on your face, Preston, under your eyes, wherever you might have some inflammation.
So these are medicinal balls.
They are medicinal blue balls.
It reminds me of, Steve, in boxers.
Yes.
When they go to the corner, sometimes they'll take this metal iron, essentially, that they've dipped in cold water, and they hold it up to bring the swelling down.
Yes.
Of any place they've gotten punched.
Same thing. Yeah. Is that why you're doing it? So it brings down swelling?
So this was there. When I was trying to figure out my skin condition and why I was having these hives and all this kind of stuff, I stopped using all of that stuff, the face masks and all of that. But I would use those because it's nothing. It's just cooling.
Yeah.
It's just cooling on your face. Yeah.
Okay. So
blue balls for your face.
Right.
The bologna-colored light pink face mask will either harken back to childhood or terrify anyone in the vicinity that has had skin on your face eaten off by Hannibal Lecter. No word on whether that has the quintessential bologna smell or not.
No, I hope not.
Yeah. The sheet masks are limited edition. They sell for $4.99 each on Amazon while supplies last. with a reminder that you can't spell delightful without deli, it says.
True. It's true. They're right on, man.
It's funny. My youngest daughter, she's 12 years old, and she has already started
doing this stuff.
Actually,
it's probably a good idea.
Yeah, she's doing moisturizing. She has little face mask thingies. She started wearing perfume. I'm like, you're in 7th grade. Like,
I was in 7th when I started wearing perfume. Listen, that seems to be about right.
How old were you when you put on cologne? I was like in 6th grade when I started wearing. Yeah,
that young?
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't think I was until like late high school.
That's about when I really started to become interested in the opposite.
Yeah, you know what? Jovan Musk. I remember having Jovan Musk was like a big thing back in 6th, 7th grade.
What about
Car Noir was obviously.
Yeah, Car was college for me.
Absolutely.
There was a girl on my diving team who loved
leather.
Yeah, she loved Jovan Musk, so I made sure that I had that on.
Stetson.
Stetson.
I know we've done it before. But I would like to do it again sometime because I was talking to some people over the weekend about how I think I could identify Brute, Old Spice.
All right, so
English leather. I could still probably Drakkar. I could probably pick that one out.
We are going to do this then.
Okay.
So next week we will do the way Kathy had tried to identify foods. We will do that. I know a list. I'll put together a list of what I think would be a comprehensive. I know the ones that you would probably be aware of.
Yeah, at some point
we'll get like 10. But you think you could? They say the ability through smell to recall things is pretty accurate. So I'd be curious to see what you could do.
I think I could do it.
My son this past year just got his first official cologne. He would wear some of mine, and I made him buy it himself. He had
Made
money
for a man, but he likes it too.
And he was like, when I took him to the Macy's and we walked around the fragrance aisle,
That's
and
awesome.
we were smelling a whole bunch of stuff. He had no idea how expensive designer colognes are, and he was like, wait a second. He had brought some money. I said, I'll take care of the rest, but I just was trying to teach him the value of $1.
Dude, it is expensive. It is, and so I kind of will buy in bulk because it's.
But was it always that way? Because I don't really listen. Drakkar back in the day was like what, $20 a bottle.
You could go into a pharmacy. You could go into a CVS.
But it was locked. It was locked in the CVS
well, it's
pharmacy.
$20.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah,
It was locked
in the CVS when I worked at CVS in 1994, 95 to get to that cologne, to get the Drakkar. Yeah, that was in the locked case.
So you have Obsession up there on the monitor. That was my dad's scent.
Okay, well,
and so I have a small bottle of that just to kind of throw it back a little bit.
That would mess me up then because a girl that I dated for a long time wore Obsession, and so now when I smell it to this day, it automatically makes me think of her.
Obsession for men and Obsession for women, right?
Yes, but I think there's unisex Obsession as well.
I don't know.
But I just wouldn't want to confuse that memory with Casey's dad.
Yeah. I have, so the ones that I wear are Pleasures by Estee Lauder, that my wife picked it. It's what she likes, and so I wear it for her. And then Dolce & Gabbana.
Okay.
I have 3 different scents, and I'm thinking about adding a 4th to my repertoire.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What are you kicking around?
To tell you the truth.
Something for your sassier side?
I like the scent that my son went with. He went with this Versace scent. So
really?
Sometimes
Versace.
So sometimes I bop down to my son's room. I'm like, which is the opposite.
No, he just makes that sound and then walks out.
Yeah, that.
Just
green
your dad?
bottleneck.
Everybody okay?
Yep.
My dad stutters.
Eros, is it?
Can you come down for dinner?
Wait, does anybody remember Jupe?
Yes.
Oh, God, I hate the smell of Jupe.
That was so my boyfriend in college wore that.
Oh,
so
gross.
that was I loved it.
Oh, really? I can't
that
stand
was
it.
so Nick, like you, that would be like that.
It's
that
an
would bring back
automatic
the
trigger.
memory.
You know, it's really remarkable. Like if a scent works its way into your nose, just how much it puts you back in that place.
Yeah.
So I had sat down at a poker table one time. I think it was at Parks or something, and the guy next to me smelled great. And I was like, I gotta ask this guy what he's.
I want to kiss you.
I want to kiss you.
I want to kiss you. I thought about maybe doing it a little bit less creepy, but I had to wait.
Can I kiss your neck?
I didn't even ask. I just started.
Nuzzle here.
I just nuzzled my nose in the side of his neck.
There's a hotel right in here.
This is heavenly.
This is great.
All right, I just remembered my regular the scent that I probably wore the longest, and you know what I wouldn't mind getting again was a scent called Gray Flannel. You guys
Gray
remember
Flannel.
that?
I do.
I really liked that.
What
one.
about was it Blue Copenhagen?
I'm not sure.
No, Blue Waffle.
Blue Waffle. Yeah.
Clinique Happy for Men is the longest scent I've had.
Nick,
probably.
can you see if gray flannel?
My grandmother used to wear gangrene. Oh wait, she just had gangrene.
Oh, jeez.
Gangrenous.
Yeah.
The smell of rotting flesh.
Kathy, did your mother ever use Jean Naté?
Yes.
Do you remember Jean Naté?
I remember Jean Naté. They did commercials for it.
It wasn't necessarily a perfume, but it was I don't even...
An anal rinse.
It was an anal rinse. Well, you know how stinky a butthole can get. No, I don't know how you would classify it.
It's like an aftershave.
Debbie, the reason I wanted to bring you into the office is here. Other office workers are complaining about your butthole. May I recommend Jean Naté?
All right. Well, anyway, I don't know how we got started. Where did I start with?
We were talking about what were we talking about?
Face masks, and
Face
then it went
masks.
into beauty regimens, and then
and colognes.
Yes.
So, but next week we will do. We'll put together, and I'll hunt down some of the various colognes.
I could take care of it. There's a listener of the show who has a little
collection.
No, he has a kiosk in the Plymouth Meeting Mall.
No can you?
Yes, and
I'll give you the recommendation then.
Yeah,
all right?
so I'll go over and talk to him and see if we could maybe
Yeah, we'll
borrow
give him a
some.
plug for his business
Yeah.
if he would offer those up.
If he's listening, email me.
Let me real quick because there's some calls coming out. I'll just take a couple real quick. I'm going to go to Glenn. Hey, Glenn. Good morning.
Good morning, guys and girls.
What's
How
up,
are
my
you
man?
today?
Good.
Do you remember Canoe?
Canoe. Yeah,
Canoe,
do you
canoe?
canoe?
Canoe.
Yeah, canoe.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep, my grandmother, when we had a place in Lake City back in the old days, would chase us kids around the house and splash us and give us a bath in the damn stove.
It was a real panty dropper if you were 70 and above.
But that reminds me of when we were in high school. If
Thanks,
we
Glenn.
All right, you're welcome, guys.
See you, buddy.
The two anchor stores of the Springfield Mall, if you walk through those, man, if you walk through with your buddies, you had to make sure that you weren't the one in front of everybody, because if you walk past the perfume aisle, your friend would grab a woman's perfume and just douse you.
Oh,
in
really?
Yeah.
Oh,
it was a
I
nice
thought
little
you were
gag.
talking about the sprayers,
Yeah.
which I think they've made illegal or cut it back.
They don't have them anymore.
Yeah,
What, Joey on Friends, that was his job for his dress.
Yeah.
Aramis.
Well, and then they switched to spraying the card and handing you the card.
Yeah.
I forgot there was a movie that parodied that, and somebody's walking through and they're just getting all over the place. They can't make it. Hang on, Elizabeth is going to comment on what I had said, gray flannel, just a second ago. Hi, Elizabeth. Good morning.
With his widow and a friend of mine, Joe Gray, at
You know, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it might be. So domestically, you might not be able to find it, but maybe it's all the rage over in Singapore.
Go to fragrancenet.com. By the way, I guess they couldn't get fragrance.com or fragrance.net, so they got fragrancenet.com.
Right. It was on Amazon too, Nick.
Was it? Okay.
AmazonNet.com net.
Yeah.
Do you guys think? I mean,
there we go.
We have evolved as a species. Do you
I read
not
about
think,
that.
as far as our scents are concerned, because those fragrances of the 80s, 90s, they don't fly today. Are people bored of them? Or
Well,
do
what
they
happened,
smell
Casey,
like a time?
a lot of times those, though they weren't marketed as such, but they were the way like Axe was marketed for a young guy. Those Dracar and all of those Ombre and Aqua Velva, all those were marketed for your first cologne purchases. Dracar was very popular, though. I wore Dracar for a little bit.
It was the nightclub scent. You'd go, you know, those stupid machines where you put, a buck in and then push it and sprays you in the, in the bathroom. That Dracar was always.
Wait, that's how that worked?
Yeah.
Dracar came in. Remember, it was a black bottle.
Oh yeah. But I've seen those things in the bathroom. I just never put money in. It just sprays at you.
There were ones that had a little nozzle.
No.
And you would hit it and it would spritz you.
There's another thing, Casey. If you go in and you're in the stall, if you put your penis through the hole in that wall.
Okay.
There's a.
You ever heard about that?
Don't ruin the ending.
There's a beautician on the other side.
Hey, now is the time to do this contest, though, because once my scent comes back, I'm not going to be able to stay in the room while we do this.
All right, so
true.
we will do this next week.
You're right. All right. Well, anyhow, let's move along. I did have another odd and end. You know what? This is interesting. Since we're in the general store, we're going to talk about the Dollar Tree chain.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. After 35 years of cut price stores, chain of cut price stores, they have changed its policy from everything is $1 to everything is $1.25.
Wait, I was just there the other day.
Yeah.
I went looking for something. I wanted to get it on the cheap, and I noticed that all the Valentine's Day stuff was $1.25, and I was like, wait, and I almost wanted to be. I'm like, I'm not going to be that person, but I almost wanted to say, well, I thought it was the dollar store.
Kathy noticed. Oh, Kathy noticed. Sorry, that's why the music. Here's the deal, man. Either they were going to eventually have to raise the price a little bit, or they were going to have to just keep selling cheaper stuff.
And you can't,
know what I mean?
because you can't get cheaper than the dollar store. But they're feeling the same stuff that getting stuff into the store. Everything is being raised uniformly around. So and then finally they had to say, well, still $1.25 is pretty goddamn.
But the markup is remarkable. It's remarkable. No, it's remarkable too. That because things are so like a 25% markup. That's a lot, but it doesn't seem like a lot.
You guys over-bark up these prices.
Stuff.
This is way barked up.
Because the price is already so low, you don't really notice it.
Yeah, well, what is the markup on something that you're selling for $1.25? I'm assuming 25 cents.
Mm-hmm.
So Dollar Tree is actually the last of the cut price chains to abandon the once common dollar store identity.
The dollar stores were where you would go for votive candles and
confetti,
loose leaf reinforcements, confetti.
My mom shops there
balloons
for disposable products.
Jacquard.
Paper plates. Well, Jacquard. No, we gotta go.
Yeah, but finish your thought.
Paper towels, toilet paper.
Yes.
Tinfoil, that kind of thing.
Pregnancy test.
Yep, true. Honestly, remember we talked about the pregnancy test at the dollar store?
I saw them out the checkout.
Yeah.
Get it. And
now they're $1.25.
$1.25.
So that's what the prices have changed to. All right, that's enough. Because our guest is on the line. We've been so excited to have her on this morning because each and every one of us here in this studio love this gal, and we love her son, too.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, my God.
Played the MM
Amazing.
Blew us away. Really nice kid and is just super duper talented. So she's got a new memoir out. It is called Enough Already, Learning to Love the Way I Am Today. Please welcome this morning Valerie Bertinelli to the program. Hi, Valerie.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How is everyone today?
Doing very well, actually. We're very excited to talk to you.
Who's talking about pregnancy tests?
Well, did you know you could buy them at the dollar store? They're only $1.
I did not know that.
You can also buy drug tests as well, like I think just for marijuana. But I figure
I don't have any eggs left, so I'm not going to need one.
Yeah, I was going to say Valerie's ship has sailed in that department, but you never know. Hey, listen, Valerie, at the top, we mentioned your son. We mentioned Wolfgang. He played our summer festival show last year, and wow, congratulations to you and Ed, who obviously did such a great job at raising a great kid. That's got to be so fulfilling for you.
Oh, he came out great in spite of me and Ed.
Now, but listen, and going through, a marriage that ends and having to co-parent that way can sometimes lead down a bad path for someone. You guys obviously did the right thing. So we just thought he was fantastic.
Oh, thank you. I couldn't be more proud of him. I'm just so happy for him. I'm happy that people have loved his music, because when you're a musician, you're going to put your heart and soul out there, and he's done that, and people have been very accepting. I mean, he was nominated for a Grammy for Christ's sake.
I mean, come on, that's freaking awesome.
Yeah, out of the gate.
Yeah,
incredible.
Out of the gate.
Yeah.
But and reading about the book, and I'm definitely going to get it. I love celebrities and people that I've grown up with. Hearing about the background and so on and so forth. This is not a full comprehensive, but it's a peek into stuff that you've gone through. And you talked about Ed himself he felt he was not living up to his game as far as parenting at some point. And you guys were able to pull off something, though, where despite the split, you definitely had what was that soulmate sort of dynamic working, and you've been very candid about, would we have gotten back together? Would we have not have? And it seems to be something that you're constantly going back and forth with. Does it hurt to think about that? Is it comforting to know that you guys are in such a good place that you could have perhaps entertained getting back together at a point?
it was very comforting to know that we were in a good place. Ed and I have been through a lot together. He was very angry at me when I first left, so it was nice to come back to a place where we had a lot of peace with each other, and we enjoyed each other's company again. I don't think we would have gotten back together again. So I felt more of a love for his soul, for his kindness, for the true person that Ed was when he wasn't drinking and doing drugs. He was really a lovely, lovely human, and when he wasn't in pain. So I don't know. I think I just felt like a motherly, sisterly, intense love for him. I adored him, and I wish we had more time because we were having a good time near the end.
There's something special about relationships like that. Like I described, listen, with my wife, I say, and this is, I say it in all honesty, I mean, she's the person, I walk into a room, she has a hatchet in her hand, and there's 4 dead bodies on the floor, and I would say, okay, hon, get your clothes, we got to leave now. To have somebody who would have your back, and obviously I'm going to the extreme on that, but somebody who gets you in a way that no one else on earth. Right? I mean, that's what seems to be what you guys had. And you're also very candid also about, you were a spokesperson for Jenny Craig for a while and had a weight drop. And I remember you were on the cover, I think it was People magazine, in a bikini and all of this stuff. But at a certain point, you made the decision to be happy with your body and really go for body positivity. And that seems to have really changed your life so much for the better.
It has, because I think too many people, and I'm not talking about just women, men as well.
Yeah.
I think we grow up thinking that we're unlovable when we gain weight, and I know because there were certain instances that happened in my life that I believe that in my soul, and it's just a big lie. So trying to get rid of that and being a part of the diet culture and how damaging it can be. I mean, diets do work when you're on them. Mm-hmm. But if I never did the work for my emotional health and my mental health to kind of keep that weight off. And so now I'm just, if the weight comes off again, great, because I'm still going to eat healthy. I'm going to still move my body. But if it doesn't, I can't walk around for the rest of my life not liking myself because of the way I look. That's just not, it's not sustainable.
That's a very sober approach to it, because people put themselves through the ringer, and they're almost in a constant state of self-shaming because they can't. And now with apps and Instagram and people putting on these filters that make them look flawless, it's even that much more.
Right. Right. When are we going to just accept ourselves for who we are? And we can live much more freely that way. I can't worry about what someone thinks of me anymore. I have to worry about what I think of myself. Am I being a kind person? Am I being respectful? Am I treating people the way I want to be treated? That's what's important, not the way I look.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, you have a you have a great relationship with food as well, and cooking and recipes, and your work with Food Network and everything. And I would imagine it's got to be hard being around. I know it would be for me because I'm a foodie as well. To stay eating healthy, but all that yummy stuff that you want to dive into, man. Ugh.
But nothing should be off the table. Because it's all about you just. As long as you don't abuse anything, I have found, my danger is snacking unconsciously when I'm feeling emotional. I don't want to feel feelings.
Right.
But just eating a regular meal, I can tell when I'm full. I can tell. It's the way I emotionally abuse food that I'm trying to fix. But coming up with recipes and being creative, that's what makes my heart sing. It's fun. It's fun to share that. So I'm not going to deny myself the love that I've always had for food and the way I was brought up, loving food, and food is love. I'm not going to deny that anymore just because I have to look a certain way. Right. I truly believe that when I get my head and my heart on straight, my body will follow. I'm just in the process of doing that.
That's a great philosophy.
Good spot. Hey, I wanted to let you know that both Steve and I have crushed on you for
oh my God,
for decades.
Oh my
and
God.
You have a legion of new crushes because someone in our video department, Nick Murphy, who works here, was telling us about how old is Desmond, his son, like 7 years old, has a total crush on you, Valerie, from your kids' baking show, like a diehard fan.
When he found out you were going to be on our show this morning,
when he found out you were going to be on the show, he really wanted to be here, and we're like, oh man, she's going to be on the phone, and he really wanted to meet you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Please give him a kiss for me.
That's got to be very cool with the kids and bringing something that you love and being able to have such success with your cooking shows. That's got to be really cool.
Oh, it's fabulous. I adore those children, and I love that they love baking. I love that they love being creative. It's such a great outlet for kids, and some of them are so amazing. And all the kids that watch it, you know, it gets their creative juices flowing. It's a really terrific, fun job, and I love hanging out with Duff.
Valerie, the memoir, Enough Already, the subtitle is Learning to Love the Way That I Am Today, and you touched on that a little bit. And so you're hoping to share that philosophy with people through the book outside of just, you know, learning about the things that you've been through?
For sure. I write in the beginning of the book that there's a lot of me's and I's in this book, but I really want people to replace it with themselves and identify with the stories. I mean, some of the, you know, facts may be a little bit different, but the emotions are all the same. We all go through losing parents, losing a loved one, marriages, divorces. These are all universal things that we go through. And I just wanted people to not feel so alone, and hopefully they can read it and not feel alone, and also maybe work through it the way I've been able to work through it.
I love that impetus for the book. I mean, reaching out to help people, because sometimes you just need to see, just knowing other people are going through a similar thing really does make a difference. We'd be remiss if we didn't bring up Betty White. You worked with her, and I assume that when you're looking at someone who leads a fulfilling life, you can't do much better than Betty White.
No. She was an angel on earth. She was such an amazing human being. Forget what an amazing actress she was and a comedian, but she was just a really good human. And she left us all a gift. I loved Betty dearly.
Yeah, it's sad that we lost her, but she left so much joy behind. It's one, she lived a hell of a life, an incredible life. Valerie, I also want to ask real quick while you have you on, we only have a moment or two. You lived in Claymont, Delaware? I mean, just a stone's throw away from Philadelphia?
Absolutely. We spent a lot of time in Philly. I was born in Wilmington, raised in Claymont before we moved. My dad worked for General Motors, and we moved a lot. We used to drive up, where was it, in the countryside up there outside of Philly, and go visit some nuns.
Visit some nuns. Well, I used to come down to Wilmington and go to the biggest liquor store I've ever seen, Liquor World. So
good to know.
One was pursuing the Lord, and the other one was pursuing sin.
Was it a nun's retirement home by any chance?
Yeah, it was.
My mom works there. My mom volunteers every Tuesday and Thursday.
Do you remember the name of it?
Yeah, it's like the Assisi House, I think, is what it's called, by Neumann University.
Stop, really?
Yeah.
Is it St. Francis of Assisi?
Yeah.
Near Aston?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know exactly where that is.
Yeah,
Wow,
right by Neumann University.
Valerie Bertinelli was visiting. Who knew?
We need to put a marker out there.
That's right.
Valerie
Yes.
Bertinelli's old haunt. Wow. All right. Well, listen, Valerie, if you ever do make it back home this way, come by, because Nick Murphy's son Desmond really wants to meet you, and we do too.
I will.
Good luck with everything. We're huge fans, and thank you for this time this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me, guys.
Anytime. Valerie Bertinelli.
Yeah.
Yep. New memoir. Enough Already.
Geez, years ago, if I had entertained the notion, I'd be talking to Valerie Bertinelli. I mean, a massive crush on her.
Yeah. She was the perfect gal back when and I was preteen at that time, but she was young teenager on
One Day at a Time.
One Day at a Time, and I just remember going, she is so beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I just remember thinking,
Girl Next Door, beautiful.
Girl Next Door, beautiful.
And she ended up with the rocker.
And then you said, okay, so you hated the actor that played her boyfriend because he was in real life.
Scott Colomby.
Yeah.
He was the real life actor who played her boyfriend on the show.
Yep.
And you know the guy from Caddyshack. He's the Italian, I forget his name.
In the movie D'Annunzio or whatever.
Yeah, Nunzio? No.
No. Or was it? All right, anyway.
Yeah,
but I hated him.
D'Annunzio.
Yeah. And then I hated anybody who was moving in on my girlfriend, but when she got together with Eddie Van Halen, I was
Done
cool.
deal. We're cool with this.
Yeah. I was totally cool with that.
That works.
Yeah.
Not Scott Colomby. No. Eddie Van Halen.
Dude, that's a guy I'd like to talk to. You know the people that we've had on in the past, like Colonel Sanders.
There's that line where he's in the Caddyshack and the tall guy, the golfer, Neumann, is behind the counter. He's like, I guess you don't get no Coke.
Yeah.
And like that exchange, for whatever reason, every single time floors me.
Oh, by the way, he's good. He's actually
terrific.
And the only reason I disliked him is that he's moving in on my pretend girlfriend.
There's a scene where he says that to him, and he calls him a jerk, and he goes to punch him, but there's a gate in between.
He punches the gate.
And one of my favorite lines from him, though, is when Lacey Underall, it's caddy day at the pool, and he comes over and he just goes, "Hey there, mama." Puts a towel around.
He's got the reflective shades on.
Yes.
Yeah.
We need to get Scott Columby on and talk to him about Caddyshack, because he was the greaseball character.
Absolutely.
Well, what has he done lately?
That's
Nick,
a good
Well,
question.
let's see if he's alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still alive. He's still working. Well,
No, 2012 was the last thing he did. But we should
pursue that.
Try to track him down.
We need to make a 2022 list of these peripheral, because we love getting them on.
Of that ilk.
Right.
I would love to talk to him, and there's some other people that fall in that category as well. Wow.
Remember when we had the Gimp on?
Yeah.
Great interview?
Yeah, we had the Gimp.
It was a great interview.
Yeah.
The guy in the outfit, in the leather outfit, whose face you never see, whose voice you never hear other than was an outstanding interview.
You know who I've been trying to get, and I keep sending out little feelers here and there. The Ben Gazzara's girlfriend in Roadhouse.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So she's done a whole bunch of character stuff.
Okay.
So and that's to find out find the person who can tell you more about what it was like to be on those sets.
Yep.
Like Kathy for Dirty Dancing. Don't go after the mains, go after the supporting who could give you the stories,
yeah.
you know?
Totally.
Well, Scott has his own website, and he's on social media, so I'm going to send an email to management@scottcolumby.com right now.
Let's try it.
I'll bet you we have him on in 10 minutes.
All right. Scott, what are you doing right now?
He answers the phone.
Do you want to buy a waterbed?
But like Adrian Zemed would kind of
he was
fall.
so
I mean,
good.
Oh, my God.
He's continued to have a bit of a career.
One
But
of yeah, Scott Colby. Yeah, waterbeds. You want one?
Did he die?
You want one?
waterbeds who?
Adrian Zemed?
No.
No. Look at double check in case that one
Everyone
misses.
said no, and they got really quiet.
Somebody that we
don't think he
just
did.
had on and in.
Passed away recently?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, Adrian's still alive.
Oh, thank God. Oh, God. Oh, thank you. He was effing awesome.
He was. I agree.
The story about the whole donkey sequence where they thought they killed the donkey.
Oh, in Bachelor Party.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the tattoo. Lest we forget.
Yep.
One of our listeners got a tattoo of Adrian Zemed.
Yep. All right.
Are we still in the general story?
I think we can do a couple more odds and ends if you guys are okay with that.
Yeah.
Because I have a couple of stories that I wouldn't mind getting to. So here's a follow-up. You know the mortgage company CEO who got criticism for firing 900 employees in one shot on Zoom? He is back to work after a break. He took a little break. The Better.com board of directors sent a memo to staff Tuesday saying that Vishal Garg had returned and was retaking the position of CEO after the CFO had filled in on an interim basis. It was reportedly the board that requested Garg take a break, and the memo said that he'd been away to, quote, reflect on his leadership, reconnect with the values that make Better great, and work closely with an executive coach.
Translated, your ass is on the line.
Yeah, the memo further said that the company would be enacting a training program designed to foster a respectful workplace and on an ethics and compliance panel as well. They're essentially going to hire an HR person. So that if somebody steps out of bounds, including him, that somebody's there to stop and say, hang on a second, dude, you don't do it that way.
How he couldn't with his own ears here. Now, mind you, there's a case to be made that, if you're underperforming and you're shirking your duty, it reflects poorly on the company. That's a standard. That's obviously a viable thing. His approach was so antithetical to that that everyone was like aghast at this hey, if you're on the Zoom call, you're fired.
Listen, there are people that deserve to be let go, and there are times when a company has no choice but to let people go.
For the greater good.
But there's a decorum that you may want to hang on to when you are letting people go, especially en masse.
Sure.
Yeah,
so.
there is a scene in maybe season 2 of Succession
where the son goes in and it was just slimy and sleazy, and everybody thought that they were going to be fine and blah blah blah.
But when he gets spit on,
yeah.
Oh my God!
He just comes in and he just lays everybody off, and it's just a matter of fact. And he's like robotic when he does it, but. He and listen, it's fiction, but I mean,
I'm sure it's close to
Who
fact.
spit on him?
Yeah.
Or he spit on him?
No. So he fired everybody, and then one of the people that he canned walked up to his face and just spit right in his face, and then he just goes, "Is that all you got?"
And by the way, there were like 4 or 5 takes of that. When you watch the making of afterwards,
really?
They shot this scene with Jeremy Strong over and over again, and so he literally got spat on by the other actor several times while filming the scene. Yeah.
Okay. There's a scene, Stephen, in broadcast news where several people are getting let go. And, there's an older guy that comes in and the CEO is apologizing. He's like, Dave, I'm sorry to do this. You've been so great over the years. And he turns, he goes, well, Jeff, I certainly hope you'll die soon. He's like, what?
Yeah.
What? Yeah. All right. So anyhow, that guy's back to work. Let me see what else we got here. Okay, digital assistants like the Amazon Alexa and the Google Home are parts of many people's lives, but how much people trust these devices varies. Research, I caught Rochelle yelling at Alexa the other day.
Really?
Yes.
What did that little bitch do?
It was so funny. Okay, so, the...
you must be on the rag.
Oh, my God. It's the notifications. So when you get a delivery, and the one that really annoys her are the notifications of, 3 months ago you ordered this.
Yeah.
Do you want to, or do you want me to order that for you? And Rochelle was like, no, stop it. Don't ever do this again. She's like,
but it's not going to understand that. So
I told her, I'm like, you have to go online.
Go on the app.
You have to, to fix that stuff. But it was so
But
funny.
I agree with her 1,000%.
Totally.
And you know what, though? Every once in a while I go, add that to the list.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I'm conflicted.
And then I'm also like, really? That's the thing you remind me of that we're out of?
Especially like if you've got like a funnel cloud bearing down on the house and you're waiting for, because I also have my weather alerts coming to it.
Right.
From Amazon. It's been 1 month since you ordered a toilet brush.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind the alerts. I like to get my notifications, even if it is that I don't ever answer those or rate them or anything through Alexa. But there is something that's happening with my Alexa that I can't figure it out. So she speaks to me in English.
Right.
Obviously, that's the language I speak. Except if I set an alarm, it wakes me up and then starts speaking to me in Spanish.
You can set a preference for what language you would want.
But why just for the alarm?
Just the alarm, Steve. Any other time I talk to her,
there are different parameters for the alarm, what you can set.
But you didn't tinker with it, though, right?
No, but like something.
I
who
bet you
knows?
Jace did.
Well, I was going to say, Jace is constantly talking to her, so maybe there's something. But yes, it wakes me up, and then I think it starts giving me the news in Spanish. That's what I think it is.
All right, let me ask you this. When you see the yellow light on it, that means there's a notification.
Yep.
How do you ask her to tell you about it?
Alexa, what are my notifications?
Okay, I just have shortened it. I just go, Alexa, notification. And then boom, she gives it to you. I used to say, "What's the notification?" I'm like, that's so wordy. But if you just say the word, she'll bring it to you. So there's a shortcut for it.
It is kind of nice though to engage in a pleasantry with it. When I would say, "Would you like to know that?" "No, thank you." "Okay, I'll remind you sometime later." And you get that little conversation. And he says, "Wow, I don't have any friends."
Yeah, I don't use Alexa at all. Ever.
We use it a fair amount.
My wife will use it for for the calendar a lot.
I use it for timers.
She could quickly enter it into the app, and it'll display, and she has to identify as me because all the units are registered through me.
I'll use it for music and timers while we're cooking.
All the time.
Yeah. So
I love when it gets it wrong. By the way. Or Claire will dictate it into it for a notification, and for like a month. The notification will pop up. The Germans visiting on Saturday, and I'm like, Germany is coming? Who exactly?
Who's coming over?
A name that sounded like German.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but the Germans were coming.
So here's the deal. The researchers from MIT found that people tended to think the devices were more competent and emotionally engaging if they exhibit social cues, like you were talking about, the pleasantries.
I do like that.
And that branding, specifically whether the manufacturer's name is associated with the device, has a significant effect on how members of a family perceive and interact with various virtual assistants. The researchers say that these findings can help designers create voice user interfaces that are more engaging and more likely to be used by members of a family in the home, while also improving the transparency of these devices.
So I have a situation where when I'm sitting in my living room, I'm between two units. There's one that is in the parlor. We have a parlor, and my wife will use that when she's reading or if she's, doing yoga in there, whatever, And so there's one also in the kitchen. And a couple of times it will ask me, is this the unit you wanted to respond to that question?
Wow.
Trying to judge where I am in the room, which is so they're always trying to up the service, and I do appreciate more often than not it gets it right.
Yep. I will sometimes be rude to it. I'll be like, Alexa, shut up.
Yeah. Does it hurt?
F off. It doesn't acknowledge F off.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, they continue to work on making those things a little bit more human-like.
Yes, so nothing can go wrong.
My house has an intercom system that we never, ever use. And do they have a way to just interface with that? Because these things are just they're holes in the wall now, or they have little boxes on the wall.
If you want to talk to separate rooms, I'll say if I want to talk to my wife, she's up in. Alexa, drop in Claire's room. Yeah. And then now we're on a two-way.
It would
like
be
if
nice,
you have a
though.
dot, like an Alexa dot in the other room. Yep.
It would be nice, though, if Alexa, or I'm sorry, it was Amazon or something, made an interface that I could so I could take the intercom off of the wall and
they
put
do.
that
They
on
actually
the
have.
wall,
They have what they have now. So I have the Amazon shows, which are the screens, the bigger screens. I have the newest one is the one that'll actually, if you're walking around the kitchen and doing something, the screen will follow you as you're going, and you can tell it to not follow if you don't want. They also have one that's a version of that actually goes on the wall. That is basically like a small iPad that interacts, and you can do it that way.
I think Casey's just wondering if he can patch it into his already existing.
To his already existing intercom. That I don't know. My guess is Amazon's not going to relinquish proprietary hardware.
Also, it's probably old.
It is. I mean, it's like the house was built in like 1990 or something.
Is it one of those twos like? Where you write the message.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Now we have an intercom. We still use it.
You do?
Quite a bit. Yeah.
How are your kids going to have you hear you having sex?
Yep, it's that famous moment that happened in our household. All right. Anyhow, we got to close up shop. Sorry about that because we got the bizarre file to get to, so we are going to do that. Yeah, but thank you for stopping by. We do appreciate it. And when we return, like I said, the beat file, we still got lesson question, more stuff coming up. So stay put. We'll be back shortly.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
I was like 25, 20.
I remember.
Bob, don't you have another piece of memorabilia from Rodney in your collection? Something
I do. It's in the other room. There's a study behind here, and I've got Rodney's pot pipe, and that came out on the Bill Burr, Bert Kreischer podcast, and I've got a box that he kept all of his pot in and his actual pot pipe. And I'm afraid you can. I got high just looking at it.
Well, he was. A lot of people don't know that he was a very active pot smoker, and that was his thing. And he was. I wonder now, Bob, with the strains and the potency levels. How do you think he would have held up against the current crop and strains?
I don't think he would have needed the brain surgery. I think literally he could have gone out a little more peaceful because it was elective brain surgery because it was something that was going to happen to him.
All right.
And I'm not big on elective brain surgery, just me personally, because that's why I stopped practicing brain surgery. But he was like, man, I'll tell you, I'll smoke pot every day. I don't care who knows it. They're going to put it on my epitaph. And I'm like, I don't think you want that on your tombstone. But actually on his tombstone, it says, there goes the neighborhood, because he's next to like Billy Wilder and Dean Martin and stuff.
That's sensational. I wanted to just bring up something because you were mentioning directing and getting onto some projects you're doing. Dirty Work was on the other night, and that you directed that, and Norm Macdonald is in it. And to me, that, and I know a lot of people feel this way, that is a cult status level movie. Do you ever get a chance?
I want to marry you. I want to marry you. I am married. My wife's out of town, but if she comes back on Sunday, if we can get married right after I do the Hard Rock Saturday.
It's just Norm Macdonald is, to me, is just one of the greats, and I hold you in that rare status as well as far as what you do, but the union of you two, and it's so wrong in all the right ways.
Well, it's really nice to hear you say that, and I will have something I'll be able to say in the months ahead that is damn exciting if you love that movie.
All right.
And it's not a flip book. You know?
No, I would not be as excited.
We're coming out with a Viewmaster from Dirty Work.
I used to love Viewmaster.
It is something that if we're doing what we're planning to do with who we're planning to do it with, it's going to be one of your favorite things that you've seen in a long time. So
awesome.
It's been a couple of years in the making, but it would. I'm really not subtle. We know what I'm talking about.
But we can't say it for legal reasons.
No, I can't. But I love Norm, and when I call him and when we talk, it's just like I'll try him for like a week, or I'll text him, and then all of a sudden I'll get a phone call. Hey, Saget, why don't you ever call me? It's like, he's always the good one to blame other people. And I'm always just a total sucker for his comedy. He's one of the smartest people I've ever known that does comedy. But I got to tell you, I've been going over. I got to tell you, I'm Bob Hope's dad. I've been going over a stand-up that I want to do. It's oddly, before the quarantine happened, before COVID, I was becoming more responsible in what I was doing. It would just seem to have more meaning. There were more stories. There was more. It wasn't politics or religion. I'm not there to do that. I'm there to entertain everybody, but yet have some actual human context of the things I grew up with.
Yeah,
more human, and it just started happening. So I'm a different. People are now just right before quarantine. They were going, "You're not as dirty as I want you to be." I'm like, I'll throw in another word for you. I don't know what to do. We change as we do this. You don't do just one speed, one thing. So,
well, I think
I can't wait.
Just a quick observation is that your material's always been able to stand on your. I think there used to be for years an initial shock that the Full House guy was for people who were unaware. I happen to be aware that you were great with that, but the material isn't predicated on the expletives. The material was always there. You're always a smart comic.
Thank you for knowing that, because that's the truth. I don't know. I'm out of context, and all they do is take a scene from The Aristocrats, which can't be made or shown. But you guys started my career. Not you personally, but WMMR. Yeah. I won a radio contest when I was 17 years old.
Yeah.
And WMMR gave me $500. I don't know if I've talked about it on your show before.
You have, yeah.
Well, here it is again.
Was that at Stephen Starr's Comedy Club? Or
no, actually, that's where I really started. But before that, it was a place called Grandma Minnie's, and you guys were teenagers, and you were babies. I was a teenager. I was 17. I sang a song about bondage, and then people go, "How did the Full House dad get weird?" I don't know. When he was 17, he sang a song about bondage. Right. So Stephen Starr did a lot for my career. I was playing at a club at 3rd and Bainbridge that he owned.
Okay,
but I love Philly. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I wanted to ask you about
that. You're going to conduct an orchestra?
That's how we know we're going to ask
so that we don't talk over one another. And so that, but I wanted to ask you about Comedy Central roast, because you mentioned them earlier, and they've been airing them a lot lately. And I think that they're great, but they also get cut off. In particular, there was one where Bill Hader came out as the president of Hollywood. And I don't remember if you were there at that roast.
No, I've only been to one. I've actually hosted real roasts that weren't televised, like the Jack Black roast for 2,000 people in New York. Wow. That was for the Friars. So that was for charities. The other charity is Comedy Central. But please continue. So Bill Hader got cut off?
I guess my question is, you probably prefer to do the ones in private, because the ones on Comedy Central really are just tailor-made for TV. They're chopped up. They're edited a lot. And to me, it's not really pure comedy. It's more just about...
Yeah, and mine was particularly because I had a edgy bluer stand-up because I don't know. I did an HBO special shot at NYU with 20-year-olds, so I just became a chameleon for the audience. I should have chosen a higher ground, but that's who I was as an artist. But that was particularly foul with my friends, and Stamos hosted. It had famous Cloris Leachman kiss on it.
That was great.
May she rest in peace. And then Gilbert, who I want to sue for the rest of my life for what he said. And people, unfortunately, people see that and they think if people are joking about it, it's true. That's how herd mentality works.
Yeah.
It's like, what? And I didn't say anything. I just sat there and eventually laughed. Sometimes there was actually, when I was doing it, Joel Gallen, the great Greg Giraldo, who I loved so much.
Oh, he's one of the best.
You guys loved him, right? Yep. Did you used to have him on?
We had him on the show, and he's again in that the economy of words and the execution of the concepts were just unbelievable. What a loss. So there are a few times I've been nervous when people have come into the studio. When Norm came in, Greg, because I just respected, and you, Bob, obviously, people I respect so much, and he was just great. And he really, they talk about Jeff Ross and Jeff Ross is great, but to me, pound for pound, Giraldo brought it to those roasts.
Yeah, and I think Jeff would agree, and we all agree. Greg was prolific and amazing, and he said I looked like the Vlasic pickle stork sitting there with those granny glasses and that large pointy nose. So that, of course, is something that I memorized. But the point is, he shouldn't be gone. And I talked to him like 2 weeks before he passed, and he was fine. You know, it was just a horrible thing that happened, and he caved at a bad time. Yeah. And it's very, very sad. But I called him and I said, so are we going to hang out? Because we talked about it after the roast. He said, oh, yeah. I got a girl here, Bob, I want you to talk to. And he did like a Norm Macdonald prank on me. I didn't know what was happening. And a young lady gets on the phone and she goes, hello, who is this? And I said, oh, it's Bob Saget. Greg says that you wanted to talk to me, that you're apparently a fan. Why would they be a fan? I said, well, I don't know. I was on that show, Full House. I do not know that show. I do not know who you are. And then he gets back on the phone and he's laughing his head off. He was just trying to impress somebody who sounded like Natasha and Boris were at the bar. And he had no clue who anything.
That's great.
Although Full House played in Russia, so I think they liked it.
Maybe they did.
Because we were of the right demographic. That's a nice thing to say in the morning. Hi, everybody. Have a great day. But I want to come into the studio next time I'm in there when I'm playing Philly, whether I play wherever, maybe the Tower again. Is the Tower going to open up?
I don't know, man.
We're hoping for everything. You know this town as well as anybody, Bob, and there's just so many great venues and the amount of people who are devastated by this, just on that level, and it's not even just the performers; it's the people behind the scenes and the sound people and all that. There's been so much stuff, and we've got to do, and we're trying to do. Everybody's sort of trying to vigorously do everything they can to get everything back up and running, because the charm of this area is that you always had so many shows and comedy venues and all that stuff, and the Tower is historical, So we hope.
I'm hoping a lot of theaters, a lot of us are doing clubs because you can't get into a lot of theaters. But I'm playing a bunch of theaters and a bunch of casinos. And I mean, the Hard Rock, when Live Nation called, said we want you to be the first person to open it because we want it to be a festival that people can bring their kids to. I said, well, it's 21 and up and it's a casino. So
right.
Unless you got a 15-year-old with a mustache and a fake ID, it ain't going to happen.
Are you just going to be in and out to AC and then back, or are you going to be able to spend some time in Philly? I mean, it's still restricted.
No, I wish I could. Yeah. I've got to come back because I'm doing a show on a rooftop in San Francisco on 420 with a bunch of stoners.
Nice.
With Jeff Ross and a bunch of really, really funny people and proteges and friends of Dave Chappelle. So I'm doing that. And then I go back to Irvine, California. They're opening the Irvine Improv. But again, it's like a 500-seat venue. It's going to be 190 capacity. So, but it's not a drive-in. It's not a drive-in.
It's not a drive-in. And 25% becomes 50%, becomes 75%, and we get back to it. And so
it happens. Getting out there, man. I can't. It's hard to explain. I know Bill must have been excited. We have the same publicist, and Bill is over the moon going back. Did he exude that, or was he exhausted from the press?
We've had longer with you than we had with him. He had to get to that quickly.
He was like, I gotta go. There's another guy. I gotta call Detroit, and I'm really angry about this guy. I don't know who he is, but I don't like him. I don't think he talks like Joe Pesci.
It was a good
He's literally. Please go ahead. Sorry.
No. Yeah, that was spot on. But in fact, that's kind of the way he talked. But he's great. He's always been very, and with you again, let's people be reminded that you were been a participant in the Camp Out for Hunger, and you've been generous with your time and just donations
always.
And stuff like that. So you were always
whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. I try to do everything I can to help as many people.
You've been phenomenal. Yes. We appreciate
I have been, and I will continue to be, even though Bill thinks I don't have long to live.
Apparently,
he has the best drive-in story, because he said he did a drive-in, and instead of heckling, the lady drove off. He just drove off.
Who was talking about that? I think Jim Gaffigan or somebody was talking about it. That just the quiet hum of an engine as the car just leaves.
It's worse than someone walking out.
It's worse than someone walking out. Yeah.
Nice. You guys are lucky because you get to talk. Besides being as popular as you are, come on, let's face it, you are, and you look really good too. You're both incredibly handsome, and you get unusually groomed for early in the morning. I have to admit, and you know that I slept in these clothes, and I look very groomed. But you get to talk to so many people when I see your lineup, because following you guys, it's like, wow, it's all my friends. You have Tom Pop on. You have people that are just wonderful.
Well, you are doing likewise. Your podcast, which I enjoy as well. And is that a nice rest, diversion for you as well? Because you're a good interviewer yourself.
I've gotten to be better, but thank you. I'm not you guys, but I'm on my 89th show. But Monday is Ben Folds, and this week I had Candace Cameron Bure, my TV daughter DJ. From Full House.
Gotta tell you,
Thursday, March 31st. That's when MVH or WVH, sorry, Wolfgang Van Halen and Mammoth will be in with Dirty Honey, and they're going to be playing the Fillmore. That'll be a great show, man. That's rock. Rock at his best. All right, we're going to do the Bizarre File. Here we go.
Now, WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All righty, let's dive right into some stories for you. A British man has admitted, this is horrible, to enslaving and exploiting a worker who told authorities he was forced to live in a small garden shed for 40 years.
In a small garden shed for 40 years.
Yeah, Peter Swales, who is 56, pleaded guilty to a charge of conspiracy to organize the travel of a person for the purpose of exploiting him. His father, Peter, who is 80, was facing the same charges. Unfortunately, he was 80. He died last year before
he didn't get a chance to torture him.
Go to trial, right? Yeah. The victim was rescued in October 2018 by officers after they received a tip on a confidential helpline, and it brought them to a trailer park where they discovered a man living in a small 6-foot shed. Inside was a metered television and a mattress with a soiled duvet on top, but no lights or heat. Officers said the shed was in complete darkness when they arrived. They also found another shed on the same property. This one was used for the family dog, which was in better condition than the one where the man was forced to live.
How could you not, all that time and nobody ever happened by, or there was... It just boggles the mind.
Well, the victim now in his 60s told investigators he worked on farms doing painting, roofing, and paving work, earning him just more than $13 a day. He now lives in a supported accommodation in another community. I think they would send him to work and stuff and then lock him up.
Oh, I see, because I thought it was like 40 years living in that.
Swales initially pleaded not guilty, but reversed his plea just before the modern slavery trial was set to begin. Oof. All right, if you truly know your cat, you might know the sound of its voice. Rachel Lawrence from the UK said that her family was devastated when their cat Barnaby vanished 8 months ago, but Lawrence was in for a big surprise when she called her vet to check on the other pet cat and heard the sound of another cat meowing in the background.
Wow.
She asked the staff about it, and they told her that it was a stray that had been brought in the week before. Lawrence says the sound of the meows haunted her for hours, so she called back and she asked if the stray was black and had a patch on one of its black feet. They told her yes. She went to see the animal and says that she knew it was Barnaby as soon as she was brought into the room, where she cried some happy tears. So
I told you, Mrs. Lawrence.
That's my owner.
She overheard it, and she recognized the cat's
That's amazing.
quote-unquote voice.
I can tell the difference between my two cats. I know you have a lot, Steve. But can you
Yes,
tell
no,
the
I can.
difference?
They all have distinct sounds. Yeah.
Yeah, like
absolutely.
I'll know. I hear one in the middle of the night. I'm like, what does she want?
What do you want?
So we did this test last night. We have 2 dogs, and I had asked my son Carter, because I think I could do this, and they're both lickers. They like to lick you in the face and everything. And I said, do you think that you could be able to tell if you were blindfolded, which dog it was by their breath?
By the breath, right?
Wait.
Yeah.
I could.
And I totally could.
Yeah, I could.
And he did. So we did it. He put one of those. He put a blindfold on. I held one of the dogs. He was like, "Oh, that's Rook."
You would have to know what each dog's ass smells like, because that's
what they're looking.
Yeah.
Listen, I make out with my dogs all the time. I don't care.
It doesn't matter. People talk about that and they go, "Bring it on." I don't
It's
care.
so much love.
I love it.
Yeah, but you could too, Kathy.
I absolutely
by the breath.
could. Yep.
Right.
100%.
No doubt.
Yep. All right. How about this? There's another animal story. A calf born on a farm in India has started attracting visitors who believe it to be the incarnation of a Hindu god thanks to its third eye and extra pair of nostrils. This happens in India a lot.
What's with their cattle?
When there are deformities, they think that it's a god. Dude. This cow has no nose. Despite its extra features, the unusual animal has been deemed fit and healthy.
Is that a god?
Some locals have claimed the baby animal is an incarnation of Lord Shiva, one of the 3 gods of Hinduism. It's even led people to make special journeys to the farm in order to see the 3-eyed calf, which some believe that the birth of the animal will bring luck and prosperity to the village. The cow is a sacred animal in Hinduism.
Very much so.
Farmer Niraj Chandal said, as soon as the cow gave birth, we thought it had some kind of a wound on its forehead before finding it as an eye.
We are seeing this as an utter miracle.
With the help of a flashlight, he said, we found...
I've been milking that joke for quite a while.
He said, we then found 4 nostrils, which further saw the locals thronging our home before the nocturnal birth.
4 nostrils. That blows my mind.
Locals have been offering gifts of coconuts and flowers to the newly born
cows
calf.
do love coconuts.
You know,
Oh, man. Right?
There's one thing we learned.
Cows love them some coconuts.
The mother cow...
The way they climb trees and get them.
The mother cow has previously given birth to 2 calves before who were normal and are now fully grown. It's understood that the third eye in the animal has been caused by a hormonal disorder.
Yes.
The calf weighs around 30 pounds and has a longer tongue than any other calf.
So it's not an aberration here, but the third eye is not a functioning eye, correct? Have they given an eye test?
Second
what kind of
here.
glasses would you get for that?
It said something about
3 separate monocles.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't say if it's functional or not. All right. How about we got time for one more?
Yeah.
This one's kind of fun. The Missouri State Highway Patrol alert sent to cell phones blaring statewide, and it read, authorities in Gotham City, Missouri were searching for a purple and green 1978 Dodge 3700 GT. But there is no Gotham City, Missouri.
Right. Okay.
And the car referenced was the one used by the Joker in the 1989 Batman movie. Soon after the Tuesday evening alert, the patrol sent another saying to disregard it. In a brief news release, the patrol said a routine test of Missouri's Blue Alert system was inadvertently transmitted statewide. The system is meant to let the public know when a police officer is killed or seriously injured in the line of duty. During the test, an option was incorrectly selected, allowing the message to be disseminated to the public. Why any test of a system is anything more than testing 1, 2, 3?
That's really what it should be.
I'll never know, because sometimes somebody plays around with a fake bomb threat.
Oh, it
or
happens all the
nuclear
time.
war,
Yeah,
and then that's the one that goes out to the entire public. So, all right, and there you go. That's what I have in the Bizarre File for you. All right, let's take a break. Come back in a second. Test your knowledge of the program today. It's a lesson, question, trash, and music news as well. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
I adore her, and I have fallen in with the veracity of a crack addict to the Hallmark Christmas movies that she does, and
She's
the Hallmark
the queen of Christmas.
Yes, she's awesome. She's so good.
Well, it's interesting because we do a podcast these days, and because there's not that many outlets, there's the late night shows that they run the clips, there's SNL clips. Otherwise, if you want humor, you go to a podcast or sensational news. So E! News picked up yesterday a story about Candace being on my podcast, just talking about people make fun of her for being so perky. That was a news story. That's where we're at.
Perkiness.
Perky.
This just
people are cynicism comes, and the pain that people are having comes out of what we've been living through, which is being locked up.
Yeah.
But it's a problem when the younger people, and I feel like I am one of them. Yeah. People go, well, you're an old man and we're Gen Z. And I'm like, no, you guys don't get it. My stand-up isn't as blue as it is. It's like a 12-year-old or 10-year-old learning bad words.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it is. I mean, the word wiener comes out. Just the word, by the way.
Okay.
Right. But that's the interesting part is you can make, with a podcast, I'm able to have that outlet this year, and I've had such wonderful guests. I've had Tiffany Haddish to Jake Tapper to Bill Burr to Jason Sudeikis to Whoopi. It's just been able, and then dear friends that I sparred with like Gilbert and Lovitz, and and I'm just going to keep doing it forever. I mean, I have no reason not to. It's once a week, and I love it.
Well, there's been, and we've talked about this. There's been again, and I must have said this 100 times over the past year, that there's going to be some things that are going to actually, that we found, hey, this is a way we can do this. The way we're doing this right now with you, Bob, on the Zoom setup is something that was in the works, but we were forced to accelerate it. And so here we are doing that. So there are going to be some bright spots. And I think the fact that it accelerated you doing something that you're enjoying is a glass half full aspect to something that's been so profoundly unpleasant.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. This would be a dial. I'd be calling you on the phone. And now you get good quality audio. I'm on a podcast mic, and I'm able to do, I did Kevin Hart's new podcast that'll be on next month. And it becomes like you're in studio talking with your friend.
Right.
And as you know, that's what broadcasting is. You're just being yourself and talking with your friend or a person that you feel like, oh, I'm a person too.
That's right.
Is, what I was getting at is the cynicism is what's ripping us apart. It's, it's
exactly.
where people, no matter what you say, people, if John Lennon said all you need is love, they would go, oh yeah, right. Canceled.
Right. It's
cancel him. Love. I don't have love. Canceled. But
I think your angle, your take on it is exactly right. And we with Bob Saget's in the world and the planned Dirty Work sequel.
I never mentioned that. I never said a word. Saget, why are you talking about it? The ink's not even dry. Shut up. My bad Norm impression.
Well, up next is this weekend at the Hard Rock at the Edis Arena, Saturday. There's 2 shows, 7 and 10 p.m., and you can get the tickets at bobsaget.com, and we'll post information, make it very easy for you to do that. Bob, it is always wonderful to have you on, man.
You guys are so great, and I will want to be in studio again. When I come home to Philly, I want to hang out with you guys for about 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, we can do that. I was going to say all morning, but,
3 or 4 days.
3 or 4 days works. We can make that happen.
Look at how groomed you are. You're going to smell good. I'm fine with it. The worst is when you show up, and you're in some New York Sirius radio station, and wow, I shouldn't have said that.
No,
but everybody's got BO because they're a morning shock radio, and they're not. You guys are clean.
We're clean. Only one of us is BO.
Well, I'll have to guess. I'll know when I get there.
She is normally clean otherwise.
We love you, Bob.
Love you too.
Thanks, man. We gotta go. Bob Saget, the one and only. God, I love that guy.
You could talk to him for hours.
He's one of the most naturally funny guys that I've ever met. He's just the best.
His stand-up is so freaking funny.
Yep, it's sharp. YouGov polled adults who said that they intend to watch Super Bowl and revealed how they answered the question, which, if any, of the following foods do you plan to serve or eat while watching the Super Bowl this year? So I'm gonna read off all of the ones that they asked about. Mm-hmm. You guys tell me which one you thought was most people said yes to.
Right.
Okay.
All right. So pizza, nachos, cheese and crackers, burgers, chicken wings, cookies, ice cream, and chips and dip.
What was the number one of those?
Yeah. What do you think?
I mean, the one that usually gets I believe, is probably the wings.
I would go
and pizza.
Yeah, no, really, I would go pizza less. I would probably normally. I would have gone with you with the wings, but I think chips and dip is probably the number one.
All right. Anybody else?
Yeah, I think chips and dip too.
Yeah, chips and dip.
It is chips and dip. Chicken wings is second. Pizza's third, Case.
There you go.
Pizza's way up there.
We're very good at this.
Now it's set. Now okay, and then it says nachos.
That's chips and dip.
That's kind of. I count that as chips and dip. I mean, it's not technically dip.
It's a combo of chips and dip.
Yeah.
This is the worst list ever.
It makes it, but it's its own category as a result.
And I guess because nachos,
it's like bronze.
Yeah, it's like what?
It's like bronze. You know, it's like you combine copper and zinc, you get bronze.
Are people eating bronze for Super Bowl?
No, I'm making an
really
analogy.
shouldn't.
Yeah, that's what Transformers eat when they watch the Super Bowl.
This is excellent bronze.
Here, dip it in this aluminum.
Honey, more platinum, more platinum. Yeah, very good.
I didn't. Okay, I had no idea.
I want to make a clarification going back to the bronze
Please
joke. Brass is copper and zinc.
Oh my God.
Bronze is copper and tin.
Are you sure this is bronze? It tastes like copper and zinc.
We had a beautiful sunrise this morning. I mean, and it was great because, as Nick noted, as I looked outside, it was like 6:05 and there was daybreak, and that's a wonderful thing for us early risers, starting to see the sun that early in the day.
Well, the exact moment that the sun creases the sky every morning, people don't know this, but Kathy stands in a pentagram and slits a chicken's throat.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, we get to eat chicken for breakfast. So.
It's good. Yeah.
Also, it stays darker later. You know, so
Stays darker later.
I mean, stays lighter. Later.
Longer, yeah.
It stays later darker.
Yes,
Oh, my God.
No, because I noticed that yesterday, too. It was 6-ish, and it was still nice and bright out.
Yeah.
This is good.
Lighter later.
Yeah.
It gets darker later. It stays lighter later.
It dark.
It gets lighter
dark and dark
sooner.
Yeah.
Have you been off since you left the house this morning because of what happened with your coffee mug?
Yeah, probably.
You didn't hear this story, Preston.
No,
it's going to be a Lifetime movie. Judd Nelson's playing.
I'm sorry, guys. I got to answer this. Donna Levine's calling me. I don't even know who that is. I just got a call on my watch that distracted me. Preston, I made myself some coffee last night.
Okay.
All right. So can I tell you a quick story?
Yeah.
Let me just.
Were you laughing at how happy he was at himself for doing that?
The audio.
Yeah, it was my quick story.
Yeah, that was his joke.
Preston,
I'm going to tell you a quick story. Wow.
If only.
I love it.
I just saw one of the questions for the lesson question coming up here, and I saw the picture of the latest Daily Rush at the same time. I'll go ahead and mention this now. We have a Daily Rush video. It's called 9 Times.
Nine Times.
Yep, that's the name of it.
9 times.
And
9 times.
The photo that comes along with the video is made by Nick Murphy. Kathy, have you seen it yet?
Oh.
Look at you.
Oh, yes.
That's Edie McClure's hair, is it not?
No,
Nice.
that's Mrs. Bueller.
Mrs. Bueller. That's who he's on the phone with. Yeah.
She was actually on a soap opera, the Guiding Light that I watched. I always thought she's an attractive woman.
So you can get the latest Daily Rush video at if you follow WMMR on Instagram, we'll send it right to you, and you won't miss any bit of it at all. But this picture of Kathy with her hair is excellent, and it is sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet. You can learn more at xfinity.com. By the way. Now, the other thing I was laughing at as the mics were opened is the lesson question. We're going to give away a $50 Wilson Secret Sauce gift card. The question is, how many anuses does the fantastical beast Scourge have? 215-263-WMMR.
That goes way back.
Yep, that was from 6:42 this morning. How many anuses does the fantastical beast called a scourge have? 215-263-WMMR. If you know the answer, you should call right now, and you had to have been listening in order to know that. We'll do the trash while you call.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, we're going to get some stories from Steve Morrison. What's up, Steve?
Yes, a former FBI agent concluding that Britney Spears' father, Jamie Spears, illegally recorded hours of video of her in her bedroom. However, Jamie Spears insists the camera was only activated when he needed to pleasure himself.
Oh, jeez.
That's not a good reason.
Oh, God.
She had called him too old and out of fashion to be invited to the Met Gala, but yesterday Anna Wintour paid tribute to the deceased former colleague, that being Andre Leon Talley. Wintour released a statement saying Talley will always be welcome at the Met Gala, especially now that he is dead.
Oh, wow.
And finally, Amazon's highly anticipated Lord of the Rings TV series officially has a title. Amazon yesterday revealed the series title as Lord of the Rings, D's Nuts. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's see if we can get an answer to the lesson question this morning, and it is, how many anuses does the fantastical beast, a scourge, have? And it is Fred that wants to answer. Hey, Fred, good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
All right, good morning, Ed. All right, Fred, how many?
That would be 5 anuses.
5 anuses.
Ah, well done.
You got it, buddy. Hang on. You got yourself a $50 Wilson Secret Sauce gift card, you lucky dog. A barbecue-based business featuring delicious brisket, pulled pork, St. Louis-style ribs, and sandwiches, plus vegan and vegetarian options. Wilson's Secret Sauce is located at 265 East Township Line Road in Upper Darby, with indoor and outdoor seating, takeout, and they can help with all of your catering needs. Yes, Casey?
Yeah, I wanted to mention, speaking of Wilson's Secret Sauce, that they're doing a coat drive right now, and so they're collecting coats, and they're going to be delivering them to Kensington. So, you know, Steve and his wife Kelly, they do a lot to give back to the community all year long.
Yeah.
And so their efforts right now is this coat drive. So if you do have a coat or coats that you are not using anymore, and you live anywhere in and around the Delaware County area, you know, drop them off at Wilson's Secret Sauce.
All right, excellent. Let's do music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I rip ass.
All right, he rips ass, and I'll give you the music news. Let's start with this. This is kind of interesting. Lawyers representing Jimi Hendrix estate, Experience Hendrix LLC, that's what it's called, and Sony Music Entertainment preemptively filed suit on the 18th against the estate of late Jimi Hendrix Experience members Noel Redding and Mitch Mitchell. Rolling Stone reported the legal action was prompted by a letter sent to Sony last December from British attorney Lawrence Abramson claiming the label owed Redding's and Mitchell's estates performance royalties for some 3 billion streams of the Experience's songs. Experience Hendrix and Sony lawsuit was filed in Southern District of New York with attorney Dorothy Weber writing, the defendants, which would be the Mitchell and Redding estates, threats of suit have created a real and reasonable apprehension of liability on the part of plaintiffs, which is the Hendrix estate and Sony Music. The threat of such suit by defendants is sufficiently immediate and real as of the date of this filing to warrant the issue of a declaratory judgment of ownership and non-infringement. Neither Redding nor Mitchell ever asserted an ownership interest or any other performance rights in the recordings. I'll explain what that means.
It's legal gobbledygook, but I sort of get it.
So, according to the Hendrix and Sony brief, bassist Noel Redding and drummer Mitch Mitchell signed documents in April of 1973 and September 1974, respectively, quote, releasing the Hendrix estate from legal claims and agreeing not to sue the Hendrix estate, and were compensated for doing so. The Hendrix estate.
Okay, so they were paid off then.
Yes.
To avoid what we're doing now.
But the estates are now saying, man, there's so much money has been made. Give us some of it. It's kind of what it sounds like, right? So the Hendrix estate is seeking
they're using the command man tactic.
A declaratory judgment saying that those contracts are still valid.
Officially impose the command man.
See if it goes anywhere. Come on, man.
Let me ask you a quick question, and we don't need to break into discussion here, but of all the musicians who have passed away unexpectedly and too early, if you could have one back.
Falco.
Falco's still alive.
Wow. Yeah, but what about Taco? Maybe he's still alive. I don't know.
Because my immediate thoughts were, and you can only pick one, but I immediately thought of Hendrix, Lennon, and then Jerry Garcia. But
there's three.
Those are
Jerry wasn't. I mean, Jerry lived a much longer life than those guys.
I know, but like Lennon, for you, I thought maybe, or would Hendrix be that guy, or do you need a little more time to think about this?
I'd probably need a little more. I mean, Jimmy was 27 years old. John was 40 years old.
Yeah.
I think he was 40 years old.
He was 40. Yeah.
How old was Jerry?
Oh, gosh, in his 50s.
Was he?
Yeah, he just didn't take care of himself.
Oh, okay.
Stephen Sondheim.
It's a good. That is a good question. Yeah.
Falco died at the age of 40. Everybody.
Oh my God!
Too early.
Yeah.
You know what? Okay, I'm glad you brought up Falco, honestly, because I heard "Rock Me Amadeus" not that long ago, and I love that song.
It's a great song.
I love that song, but Falco had this way about him that at points of the song he would and it would be so. It was like hardly anything was coming out of his mouth. And I like this song.
The way he's,
it was very staccato. Very staccato.
Yeah.
It's the song later in the song. Right?
It'd be cool to get the isolated vocals on this song.
Yeah.
Like we've heard Brian Wilson and the Beach Boys.
Also, the only other song I know from him, he did a cover of the After the Fire classic, Der Kommissar.
Oh, yeah.
Which is a good.
I love that song. Yeah, it's a one-hit wonder.
Der Kommissar sind da.
So he did it in German. And it was an MTV hit.
Das Kommissar.
Yeah. Gang.
Yeah.
Like every now and then there would be an English word in there. So the Cool and the Gang is mentioned in the song, and he goes, Cool and Gang.
Perfect strangers.
Yeah.
That'll keep our takamoose.
What was I doing? There you go. What song was it the other day that I was doing it?
Yeah.
It was a current song that we're playing.
It was a current song.
It was like a.
Yeah. Is it Dirty Honey's latest?
No. Maybe. I don't know.
It might have been that from Dirty Honey.
You were singing. It was yesterday. It was after the show. Oh man.
What's the current Dirty Honey song that we're playing?
The
most recent one. It's not Rolling Sevens.
California.
No, it's not that one.
No.
It's a more recent one.
Dirty.
Right. Anyway.
We're going to look this up. Maybe if I spelled it right. It was called California Dreamin'. The Wire. Maybe is it The Wire? Let's play a little bit of The Wire.
I need to know this. All right. Anyway, it'll come to me eventually.
Please, Billy, please, no gibberish tonight, please.
One more time, please.
All right.
Please, Billy, please, no gibberish tonight, please. I beg you.
Hello, sorry, Daddy.
I have an important announcement to make.
Billy, get the hell out of here.
Okay.
All right. Music news.
Pete Townsend spoke about his and his younger brother's close relationship with Eddie Vedder. Townsend recalled to Mojo meeting the Pearl Jam frontman after the Berkeley, California stop on his last full solo tour behind 1993's Psycho Derelict. Townsend looked back at the pair's first meeting. He said, I remember it very well. My manager, Bill, said, before you see your guests, I want you to meet this guy, this young guy, Eddie Vedder, who's the singer of Pearl Jam. And I said, okay. And he remembered he walked in, sat down, and we started to make small talk. And then he said, I effing hate this. He said, I just hate it. He said, I don't want to be famous. I don't want to be in a band. I'm feeling like I just want to run away. I grew up on the beach in La Jolla surfing, and that's really what I want to do for the rest of my life. And he said, I've heard that you've been through similar stuff because 10 years before I had left The Who. And he went on to recall, I remember saying him, I'm afraid it's too late. And I said, well, what do you mean? And I said, this isn't like politics, you know. You don't put yourself up for election, get your seat, F up the country, and then retire.
Yeah.
What you actually do is get railroaded. You just get grabbed and put on the stage and told to keep doing what you're doing until you're allowed to stop. And you have absolutely no choice. You've been elected without standing.
Thank you. That helped a lot.
And he said... No, and this is the advice. He goes, and you just might as well enjoy it because it's not going to go away.
That's a good talk.
Townsend also shed light on how his friendship with Eddie had blossomed with the singer and Townsend Stew brothers Paul and Simon Townsend. He said, we've been very good friends, but it goes further than that. He's also very good friends with my two brothers. They are much younger than me. Simon is 14 years younger. My brother Paul is 12 years younger. And they still live in the same street that I grew up on in England. And often I'll hear from, somebody in Ealing Common, oh, we saw Eddie Vedder and your brother Paul in the pub the other day. And I'm like, I didn't even know he was here. He was just passing through, but he bought a few rounds. In other words, people in Paul's local pub in Ealing know Eddie Vedder probably as well as anybody.
I want to go to that pub.
He's really close with his whole family. Yeah, that's
What do
pretty
his brothers do?
Oh, well, Simon's in the band. Is in
he?
The Who. Yeah, he'll do the, keyboard at the beginning of.
Won't Get Fooled Again?
Nope. Eminence Front.
Oh,
and he's worked with Pete for a long time. So he's in the touring band, The Who. And I don't know what the other brother does. He probably just hangs out at that pub with Eddie Vedder.
Okay. All right. An announcement.
Any more pretzels?
There's an announcement of a show in Las Vegas. Here, we'll hear the keyboard part of Eminence Front. I love this song. It's one of my favorite songs.
Yeah. Great band.
Jones revealed that the New Faces collection will feature some familiar friends. He said, I don't want to give too much away at this point, but there will be some special guests on there with us. We've already done a few overdub sessions with some well-known people, which will remain a trade secret for the moment. All I can say is that it'll be out when it's finished. There are so many other factors involved, not just the touring backlog, but things like delays due to vinyl shortage. And then one last thing, Marissa sent this over to me, a concert in Vegas. If you were into kind of the alt/punk/emo realm of the early 2000s and so on, this is going to speak to you. It is My Chemical Romance. It's called When We Were Young Festival.
Yeah.
My Chemical Romance, Paramore, Dashboard Confessional, Jimmy Eat World, Avril Lavigne, Bright Eyes, Taking Back Sunday, The Used, Alkaline Trio, AFI, Boys Like Girls, Philly Natives, The Wonder Years, and 53 other bands will be performing in Vegas on the Las Vegas grounds in Nevada on Saturday, October 22nd.
We were playing a ton of this crap at Y100. I mean, crap with. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed
Stuff.
a lot of it. Yeah, stuff.
The pre-sale for the entry begins Friday at 7 a.m. Eastern Time, with tickets starting at it says here $19.99 down. Allowing concertgoers the opportunity to pay the $224 general admission cost in installments. Yes. So that's funny.
Yeah.
$19.99 down is how they're positioning
What would you expect
this.
to pay for this amazing concert package?
And up to $499 for VIP and hotel packages. While the low end grants access to the festival and free water, the GA Plus level at $399 adds the benefit of air-conditioned bathrooms and access to the express lane at the entrance. VIP ticket holders also get access to a private viewing area near the main stage and charging stations for smart devices, along with all the perks mentioned before.
I think I would dig this lineup of the show.
Yeah, well, you can get your tickets starting this Friday at 7 a.m., Steve. And there you go. That's what I have in music news for you this morning. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a second. We're wrapping up the show. When we do that, letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize will be one of the things that we cover. Stay with us. We'll return in a minute.
Wow, I got a laugh out of
Preston.
I set my coffee
I didn't
timer
have to listen to the story.
every night.
You were free.
Coffee.
And so I was on my way into work this morning, poured my coffee, and the very first sip tasted off. And I was like, there's something going on here.
Yeah.
And so I gave it a couple of more sips. It just tasted like dishwashing liquid. It was like Palmolive. So
yeah, I've had that happen.
And it just, and I need those 20 ounces to wake up on my way into work this morning, and I didn't get that.
Oh, so you tossed it out and bailed on it, didn't make another cup?
I thought maybe I was going to die from poisoning or something like that, so I decided not to drink
You don't ever finish a cup of coffee that you feel has been poisoned.
Right?
Yeah.
It's remarkable, though. Like, little things can set your day in the right direction
my
or in
God.
the completely wrong direction. And that one set... I mean, I'm sure the rest of the day will be fine or whatever, but like a little thing just like that, it puts you in a bad mood, and like I get it. I totally understand where you're coming from, man. It's frustrating.
I haven't picked up on any out of the ordinary.
No, you've been fine.
You seem the same as usual. So you've been faking it all day?
Yep. Fake it till you make it, bro.
Good job, man.
You know what I'm saying?
He was tweeting about this yesterday, posting on social media.
It's amazing
that he was making a film, and it's based on a very well-known story. If you know Bert, you know the story. And what we didn't know is that Mark Hamill is now involved in this project. Amazing. Please welcome Bert Kreischer to our program. Morning.
How you guys doing?
Good, man. Hey, I have no idea what time it is in Serbia. What part of the day you are in now? What's the time?
It is 1:15 in the afternoon, but I've been sleeping all day.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. When did you get in? How long have you been there?
You know what? It's all a blur. Like,
Okay.
we got in, I think, yesterday morning, and by the way, I slept on the flight. Like, I've just been sleeping nonstop.
Was, in fact, Mark Hamill on that flight?
He was.
There's a great video that Mark posted of him talking about this secret project that he's a part of, and you can see Bert comes around the corner with his shirt off, drinking wine. It was so well done. How did you get Mark involved in this movie, Bert?
So it's kind of tricky because of COVID. We kind of had to narrow it down to like it was a difficult sell because not everyone that is old enough to play my dad would want to come to Serbia.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And we got word that Mark Hamill was just interested, and everyone dropped everything and was like, "Hold on, that means Darth Vader's my grandfather."
I didn't even think about that.
We lost it, and we took a meeting with him, and he was, it's amazing. You forget like actors really know what they're talking about. Like, he had read the script, he had questions about it, he didn't like certain aspects of it, and wondered if we could change it. And we were all like, "Mark, we'll turn this into whatever movie you want it to be."
Yeah. No, it's so cool. One thing since the beginning of the exposure to Mark Hamill in interviews, even for way back when the first Star Wars movie came out, one thing was clear. The dude has a really good sense of humor. So he's got to connect to stuff like this.
I told him, I said, I want to shoot a promo outside the private jet like I do for my tours for this. And so we had like a crew from Legendary to go shoot it. And I said, I gave him, I swear to God, I've given so many more notes to people. All I said was, I'm going to do like an intro read. You just come up and I'll be like, "What's up?" And just say, "Just get on the plane." And I'll go, "Hey, I thought we could do that." And then just cut me off. We did one take and it turned perfectly. I sat with the executive from Legendary and I go, "Okay, I can't tell if that's because he's such a great actor or did we just get lucky?" Like,
yeah. Well, Bert, you strike me as somebody that not much rattles you, but maybe you'd be not intimidated by Mark, but are you blown away by the fact that he's in this movie with you? Because he is legendary. He is Luke Skywalker.
We watched Star Wars the day before I left with my kids.
Yes.
And my daughters are like, "I cannot believe that's going to be Papa." Like, I cannot believe. He is the reason I got into movies. Like, It's not lost on me at all.
Wow. So a couple things you mentioned. Is Legendary behind this? Are they is it the company?
Legendary.
So they're on a huge roll. And is this a Netflix movie or is it okay? It's
I know you can see me. I just shook my head as if we're not doing radio right now.
Full theatrical release.
We want to put it in theaters.
Yeah. Yes. Dude, that's awesome. It's so cool. And so the fact that this, I was thinking about this when the whole idea of The Machine, the movie, came up. This was such a part of your embryonic act early on, and what you would talk about in the story is just incredibly. People never get sick of hearing about it, but this will now give you the opportunity once it's done. When people ask about it, you can just say, "Watch the movie," because how many times have you told the story?
This isn't the origin. This isn't that story, though, isn't this?
It's a little bit past.
It's a follow up to it, Bert.
So we had pitched versions of the story to a bunch of different places, and we went into Legendary, and this guy Cale, who is a guy who I ran into like 9 years ago, and he saw me do stand-up once in Burbank, and he gave me his card, and he goes, "I want to do a movie with you."
Wow.
This is like 9 years ago. And now I'm in his office, and he goes, "All right, you got to do one movie." He was like, "I want to do a movie with you. What movie do you want to do?" And I said, "Well, if I got one movie to do, it's The Machine." And he goes, "How would you tell that?" And I go, "I got to be honest with you, Cale. I don't know." I said, "My biggest fear is I'm going to get hired for a corporate one day, and I'll get there, and they'll go, 'Just tell The Machine,' and it'll be the Russian mafia." And he lit up and he goes, "Say no more. Say no more.
Wow.
Let's do this movie." And so,
go ahead.
Based off that little pitch, we got writers attached, then a director, and then all of a sudden everything kind of built off of that.
The director is Peter Antencio. Is that how it's pronounced?
Peter Intencio.
Intencio. So he's from Key and Peele, and he did the movie Keanu as well, right?
Yeah.
The guys,
and then you forget, like, he really puts the work in. Like, I'm doing a wardrobe fitting the other day, and they're like, "Well, he sees a lot of oranges in this movie," and I was like, "He's thinking about colors?" And they're like, "Yeah, he's a director, you moron."
He's concerned with visuals?
I was like, I'm so used to doing like Instagram videos, I don't think about anything.
You don't think about color correction and things like that.
Oh, that's great.
So you're in quarantine right now for a couple days, right? When does filming actually start?
Filming, we have rehearsals for a couple weeks.
Okay.
Filming starts, I think, May 4th.
May 4th.
May the 4th be with you. That's right.
You gotta be kidding me.
Excellent.
Yeah, what's hilarious is we put out the video and it's got a lot of traction, and like everyone hit me up. Like even like people who don't get fazed by it, like Rogan was like, "Dude, Mark Hamill's your dad?" And then and then I went on the news, and my news Google feed, and I was in my own Google feed news, and it said Bert Kreischer is not going to rehab.
Yeah, Bert, I got an email from someone who was like, "Hey, since he's your godfather, I thought I'd reach out to you. Is Bert really going to rehab, or was that a joke?"
I was like, "There's no way.
There's no way." Yeah.
I said it to Casey.
Yeah, we were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and Segura wanted to say, congrats on the movie, and we couldn't talk about it yet.
Right.
And he goes, "Tell everyone where you're going," and I go, "I can't." And he goes, "Just say it." And I go, "I can't." And he goes, "Say it." And I go, "I'm going to rehab." And it made us laugh, and we just kept talking about it. And then we forgot to say, "I'm not going to rehab." Angela, everyone sent me these really heartfelt messages like, "This is a new step in your journey."
Oh my God.
Bert, have we spoken?
More believable that I would be going to rehab than shooting a movie.
It's mostly cloudy and then sunny on Saturday, high 31. It's going to be a chilly weekend. I would like to thank the very lovely Valerie Bertinelli for being on the show today. She was a delightful woman, and she and Ed raised a really great son who's going to be in town on March 31st to play with Dirty Honey at the Fillmore, Wolfgang Van Halen. So that was cool to have her on. Her book is called Enough Already, and she's from Wilmington.
How cool.
Yeah, it was really cool. So that's the only guest we had on today. Pierre Robert is here today.
Hello.
How you doing today, man?
Very well, thank you.
Excellent.
Very well.
I used to have a fuzzy sweater like that you're wearing today, with a little bit of purple in it. Not quite like that.
Is that mohair?
I don't think so. I don't know what it is.
I don't know.
He just doesn't know.
He was
That's
petting
it.
it, caressing it.
I was trying.
Looks like it feels nice.
It's not wiry and uncomfortable.
It's a Sasquatch pelt.
It's a Sasquatch pelt. Yes.
Yeah. Why they make itchy clothing, I'll never know why. But
Right.
sometimes you get something and you put it on, you're like, no.
It's the worst.
But you know what? I think it's the person's skin because a lot of people wear wool. I mean, a wool sweater is
itchy.
But I mean, like for me, I will tear my skin apart. I cannot put that on.
Well, I'm happy to hear that is comfy and nice.
I am comfy and curious, not judgmental.
Ah, very okay. He's commenting on my shirt.
I like it. Good Ted Lasso.
Be curious, not judgmental.
We
The
got
Walt Whitman quote.
a few comments, Preston, asking where you got said shirt.
Oh, there's this place called the Internet.
That's a little store in Manayunk.
Yeah,
it's
it
right
is.
on.
You've
It's
been by
called
there.
the
Yeah.
Internet.
Yeah.
It's right on Main Street, down the street from the other little store, and it's a cute little store. It's a mom and pop shop, the Internet, and Josie and her husband Hank run it.
I order stuff from everywhere, and I don't remember where I get things. I just go online and I'll search Ted Lasso T-shirt.
Yep.
And whatever site I stumble across that has one that looks pretty good, that's where I'll buy it from. But there are a couple of really good T-shirt places, online shops, for lack of a better word. Moonshot is one of them. They're great. And they have really cool, unique.
Also, the material and a lot of like the shirts that are novelty T-shirts are made of that crappy, material. And so what?
Sometimes you look and there's an option for a higher quality.
I always do, yeah.
And that's what I always go with.
What is so like the ones that are they're very soft that are like is that poly cotton blend like
I don't know what the name of that is, but usually they'll come in like a heather colored, like a heather gray or something like that, as opposed to just a straight. Color like this is maroon, but sometimes it'll be a heather, so it's got a woven in lighter colors with it as well. But that's a good question, Steve, because there are some shirts where I don't even care what's on it. Like somebody's giving it to me as a promotional
so
shirt.
freaking
I'm like,
comfortable.
this feels so nice. I will wear this. Like our buddy Brian at Chorus Photography. He orders super extra good quality shirts.
Yeah.
Because people will wear them.
Yes. You see some really good quality stuff at the MMR Rock Shop. Like right now, we're selling these awesome knit caps. So it's snowing out and it's cold out. We're doing a big push for the knit caps right now.
Okay. All right, get your knit cap.
Get the knit caps.
Yep.
You knit.
Yeah, you knit.
Pima
knit
cotton,
picker.
I think, is one of the softer.
What is it?
Pima.
Pima cotton?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I think so.
I just but Preston's right. You know those shirts that are like,
oh my God,
this is perfect.
Yeah.
Those chorus ones are incredibly
they're
soft.
great, right?
Oh, they're great. Yeah.
It's like a mother's loving embrace.
Exactly.
It's a lot like that. Well, let's embrace a new letter, shall we?
I embrace.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
Hi, the President and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
C as in capital.
Wait, C?
C as in capital.
Cool. I heard a different word. A
You
letter.
thought he was he was miming playing an accordion, didn't you?
Well, he was kind of doing this. Yes.
I was moving my hands back and forth as if I had an accordion.
All right, so C is in capital, and we have a Dodge Chrysler Jeep City drive away Vermont mini vacation for 4 at Smuggler's Notch, Vermont. It includes 3 nights lodging in a 2-bedroom condo, 3 days of 3 mountain lift tickets and cross-country trail passes, and indoor pool and hot tubs and more. And it's from Dodge Chrysler Jeep City. Pre-order your New Year's solution with just a click, and you can do that at Dodge Chrysler Jeep City.net. By the way, the knit cap is really, really nice. Well, Nick just pulled that up, and they're only $1. Get that at the Rock Shop. It's a Preston and Steve knit cap. And we got plenty of winter left. So you want to dive in and get one of those for sure.
I believe there's a new video, starring our very own Eric Simon.
He won't watch it.
He won't?
Yes, he said he came in here earlier and he's like, I refuse to watch it. I can't watch myself.
He's good.
So I haven't heard it yet. I'm looking at it.
It looks fine.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love Eric, man. He's this looks like it's going to be great. So all right. Nice. What's happening on the program today, sir?
So we've got a lot of fun. We'll have Green Day block. It's Paul Stanley's birthday, a block of Kiss, and it's National DJ Day, or DJ, as my dad would say. And so we'll do some DJ songs.
Nice.
And we'll also have those Journey and Billy Idol tickets to give away. So a fun day.
I love it. All right. Well, I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. Also brought to you by Acme. Download the Acme app to see your all new deals, rewards, and perks today. Visit acmemarkets.com for details. Tomorrow, we will welcome comedian Michael Yo on the program. And it's a No Sad Bro Friday, just a reminder, which means now, since we're quitting work, it's officially Friday.
Also,
when you wrap at work, it will officially be Friday, so keep that in mind.
Let's put it in our brains now to remember to play the Froggy song.
Yes, we got to do Froggy Friday. All right.
You know what? Yeah.
All right, so that is it. We are done. Rage on and have a great day, and we'll see you.